never give in. Never, never, never. In nothing, great or small, large or petty, never give in except to convictions of honor and good sense. Never yield to force. Never yield to the apparently overwhelming might of the enemy.
You're listening to the Outlaw Radio Network. OutlawRadioNetwork.com.
This country can't be knocked out with one punch. We get right back up again, and when we do, the world's gonna hear the roar of our engines.
But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done.
You do your work, and we will do our best.
Republic. I like the sound of the word. It means people can live free, talk free, go or come, buy or sell, be drunk or sober, however they choose.
Are you ready to be who you are?
No poetry, just a straight answer.
The government has deliberately sought to deceive the United States by false statements and expressions of hope for continued peace.
We are men of the hood. Mary, now your experience.
But there's no both sides anymore. They're just trying to wreck our goddamn country. It's time for you younger guys to take over it.
You meant to be here tonight. This is your time. Their time is done. It's over. Screw them. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
If you guys don't start thinking as men, we're gonna have a lousy country.
For the crimes of incitement to...
All right, everybody, it is the Outlaw Radio Network from Black Ring Studios. That's the new name of where we're at. You like that?
I like it.
Black Ring Studios. I don't have any headphones, but we'll figure it out. We're okay. We're gonna maneuver along, and we're gonna make the new digs work. And no, actually, I think this is out of power, Dennis. We don't have a red light on the lamp. So everything worked 5 seconds ago. And then right before we go on the air, we lost the headphones. We'll figure it out. Welcome to the show, guys.
Hey.
Oh, there we go. Hey, K-Dog, Black Tom, St. Paul will be along with us shortly as it's the new digs. It's the new. So just to give you an idea how things are going to work, Paul will be along in a moment. We're going 4 hours now on Sundays only. No more Wednesday. We're going to let people actually have a life and do things outside of the show, much to my chagrin. And
okay.
we'll do 4 hours, 6 to 10. We're not going to run over. We're going to do 6 to 10. There'll be no bonus time unless some really weird special occasion pops up or something. 4 hours is enough of our craziness for you guys to deal with, and it'll be good. It'll be fun. Tom?
Since we're going to do 4 hours now, and we're going to do it here, I've decided I'm going to have to drink.
I think you totally can. So here's here's the disadvantages of the way things are going to be in the new studio. There are none. Like I have thought about this since last Sunday's show. There's nothing about this new setup that's a disadvantage to us as a show at all, with the exception of the fact of the amount of work that Dennis and Phil have to do before the show every night. So if you've ever been to Black Ring Spirits, where we're normally seating at as part of a seating area where people can come in, get a drink, sit, commiserate, sniff the glasses and
you drink from the glass.
Shut up.
You drink from the glass.
Yeah, whatever.
You drink from the glass.
Whatever.
Would you like me to fill that glass for you?
No.
I mean, that is why it's there.
I know it. I'll have something at some point.
Okay.
But so Dennis and Phil have a lot of work to do before we get on the show. Once the show's underway, the only disadvantage I can think of is we can't take phone calls. So
I do believe that tech has said we can take phone calls. We're just not quite ready to take phone calls yet.
I don't mean ever. I just mean right now, the way we're set up right now.
Right. Well, I mean,
yeah, we're trying to get all this going. We are not quite there yet.
Okay, yeah, but that's okay. No, but listen. This is a growing expedition. For those of you that are on board up front, congratulations, man. It's you get to see it at its infancy. In about 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, or whatever, you'll be able to look back on it and go, God, I remember the first night when things were a little rickety and the headphone amp didn't work.
Yeah.
And then,
by mid-February, the digs are going to look even different, even more different.
Yeah.
And it's going to be pretty groovy, I think.
I love the setup. I love the camera angles. I love what people see behind us. I think it's great. I do want to give some props before we get into topics, because topics are certainly coming. I want to give a lot of love to 3 specific people. One, to Tom. for stepping up and allowing us to basically commandeer his space for the show every Sunday. I was a little nervous about stepping into your space and moving stuff and doing all that. And
moving stuff's easy.
I think this is brilliant.
Yeah,
this is great.
Yeah, we just gotta make sure we can do business during the day, but that's easy.
I think it's brilliant, man. I think it's great. The other two people I need to thank are Phil and Dennis, because the way that we're doing this with the earlier, I'm just going to be honest, man. Doing the earlier show, I can't be here to help at all, because I'm working the other job till 5 at the escape room, Kitsap Great Escape, the only escape room in Kitsap County. Anyway,
the only.
That's actually not true. There's an escape room on Bainbridge now that has one room.
Oh, on Bainbridge.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, and I've not heard great reviews, but I haven't played it, so I don't know. Oh. Anyway. So it puts a lot more of an onus on Dennis and Phil to be down here early to set stuff up, deal with all the tech headaches, do all the wiring, all the plugging in, all the testing, all of that. So it is truly a good team effort, and really a hodgepodge group of people. This is like the A team. I'm not sure which one of us is B.A. Baracus, but it's going to be fun, and we'll grow, and we'll see what happens. So thanks to you guys for being with us. Corey says that my mic goes good then fuzzy. Maybe I'm good and then fuzzy. Maybe it's not even the microphone.
You're not fuzzy yet.
We'll work on it.
We are actively making adjustments.
Yeah, they're working on it. But the feedback is great. Just be patient, guys. We appreciate it.
Thankfully, we don't actually have any real feedback.
Well, that could be arranged, I'm sure. That could totally be arranged. So listen, Paul's not here yet.
Shocker.
So he'll be sad that we talked about this without him. But I feel like we have to talk about it without him, because the Inslee era has come to a close.
Yeah, but did it get better?
Well, we'll talk about that in a minute. Okay? We'll get back to that in a minute. All right?
So this show's going to make me drink tonight, isn't it?
Probably. Here's the deal. I was glad to see Donald Trump leave the White House in 2020. Like, I was at fatigue, right? Excuse me. Get rid of all the policies, everything political. I was just done with the fatigue, right? What's he going to tweet? What's he going to say? Here's another thing we don't have to worry about tonight. FCC regulations. What kind of shit was he going to stir? Right? So I got to the point at the end of the Trump presidency where I was just ready for a break. Right? And I'm sure I'll be there in 4 years. I was more ready for this break from Mein Führer Inslee than I ever was for Trump.
Well, Führer Inslee lasted, 12 years instead of 4. So, 12 years of abuse is that's a long time.
Yeah.
And honestly, I really am kind of concerned about Sideshow Bob.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't trust Bob.
Well, did you hear the first thing he did?
Yeah, I've heard a couple of things that made the GOP happy, like the Washington State GOP, and it kind of made me scratch my head and trust him less, because now I think he's trying to be sneaky and underhanded and schmarmy. Schmarmy.
Yeah. Well, here's one of the things he did that made no sense to me. One of the first things he did was he did an executive order, because, the governor can do that. And he has ordered all Washington State and U.S. flags in the state to be returned to full staff.
Oh, for Inauguration Day.
For January 20th.
Yeah.
Even though they were ordered lowered for 30 days for the passing of former President Carter.
Right. I think it's a sign of respect. Put the flag to full staff.
For who?
For the incoming president.
Okay. I think this is dumb.
Okay.
I think it's dumb.
I think it's a sign of respect for the incoming president. I don't think it's terrible.
He doesn't respect the incoming president.
Well, I know that,
Ferguson,
which is what makes me trust him less.
Ferguson would rather wipe his ass with Trump's hair than give him any respect.
I know, which is why I trust him less now.
Okay. So, the way we look at this administration in the governor's office.
I would say which one?
In Olympia, in the governor's office, is really going to be set in the first 100 days. Like I know they always talk about the first 100 days being the most important, kind of set the trend for the for your incoming administration, blah, 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 right? For Ferguson specifically, the first 100 days are going to be essential to set the tone for his first term. Because we don't have executive leadership experience from him to draw on.
Right.
I mean, as Attorney General, he did some things, right?
Sure.
But he was not the man in charge. And if anybody believes he was in charge, you are seriously smoking crack.
Right.
Okay. Inslee ran the state government executively, and I believe that included everybody down the line, including Fergie, right? Mm-hmm. So what we're going to see in the next 100 days, the next 3+ months, out of Ferguson will tell us everything we're going to need to know to expect for the rest of the first term. And it will also tell us if we should be sad that Dave Reichert didn't make the cut. I have very little hope and very little faith in the Ferguson administration. Not only do I not think it will be better than Inslee's, I think it could very well be worse. Because Ferguson, during Trump's first term in office, Ferguson launched lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit about Trump and federal policies.
Right.
He was more disgruntled at the feds than Inslee was. And now he's the lead guy in the executive office for the state of Washington. My fear is this is way worse. Not from a policy standpoint, right? I mean, the Democrats are going to do what the Democrats do. But from a vitriol standpoint, a revenge standpoint, a muckraking standpoint, a left-right standpoint, a divisionist standpoint, this is going to be worse.
Well, right. So
you want to come in? Do you want to join us?
Yeah, but I wasn't going to walk in the middle of
your... you come
on. Oh, no,
over,
just jump in, man.
St. Paul, the voice of reason, is here. So that's my thought. Tom, you were going to say something?
Oh, I was just going to talk about John in the chat makes mention that Turd Ferguson said he would rather fix the budget than raise taxes. And
he did say that.
He did, and it scares me.
Yeah.
Why does it scare you?
Because I don't trust him. That's not what he would have said.
It's not like
when
leaving
Biden
your
was in
daughter
office.
with a convicted sex offender. I mean, it's considerably worse.
I just the more the more Ferguson seems to try to align himself with I guess the shift in politics. I think we can all agree that there's been a pretty healthy shift. The more he tries to align himself with it, the more distrust I have. He's behaving like a politician.
I think it's fair, but he's can we just be honest and all agree about something?
Sure.
Ferguson's new to the job. Don't we owe him a chance the same way that people owe Donald Trump a chance?
Yeah, I think Kevin hit it on the head. I mean, let's give him the first 100 days.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, and we'll see how bad he fucks it up.
That's right. That's right. By the way,
yeah,
fucking time's up. All right, because that son of a bitch has been sitting right down the road from the governor's office for like 12 years.
Ferguson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't trust him.
Look,
I hope he proves me wrong.
I'm trying to do the best I can to emulate and be the standard for which I would like the left to hold Donald Trump to.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that's not going to happen. And since that's not going to happen, then I figure on our end, it doesn't have to happen, right?
Right.
So there we go. All right, bub, you got 100 days.
But here's the question, though. Here's the question. You guys mentioned that, he's vowed to fix the budget rather than raise taxes. We heard Ferguson on the campaign trail talking about how he was going to do things to help fix the issue with policing and get more cops on the street and fix some of these issues with crime. Honestly speaking, how much of that do you guys believe is real Ferguson agenda, and how much of that is Ferguson campaigning against a guy in Reichert who was known to be kind of a hawk on law enforcement stuff, who was known to be a fiscal conservative? Like, how much of that do you guys think was just talk, and how much of it do you really think is going to drive his agenda? Because I'm not optimistic.
It's a good question, but how much?
Well, he had so much influence on the defund thing
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the big left push that we're just getting over. That's why when I hear him embracing, you know, I want to be the governor of change and law and order.
Right.
He's got too much of a history going the other direction, which
Right.
is why I trust him even less.
Well, I think it
you know, and that makes me sound like a conservative, and I'm not.
You're closetish, kind of like Kevin. It's okay. It is okay.
Damn.
To acknowledge you can be a conservative. Like there's different types of conservative.
I'm fiscally conservative.
Right. So am I.
Balance
right?
the budget.
Fiscally conservative. Let's not spend more than we bring in. And you know what? I bet every single one of us is in the same camp with that. On that.
Sure.
Right. Now,
the others. That's how we have to live as human beings, as individuals.
Agreed.
Hold on. I disagree with how you described it. Don't spend more than you have coming in. Because that's how they justify tax increases, right?
Hold on. I want to make sure I'm understanding you. You're saying we should not live our lives by the idea that we should not spend more than we have.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is the idea that we shouldn't spend more than we make allows for the opportunity for them to say, oh, well, we need to make more to spend more, so we need to increase taxes. So I think what you believe in, same premise, right? We don't want to overspend, but we need to spend fiscally responsibly in a way that doesn't overtax our citizenship. Right. I mean, so there's more to it, right? It's not just don't spend more than you make, but it's also let's also not gouge the public and increase taxes so we can spend more.
Well, now, wait a second though. Speaking as a small business guy,
sure.
So, if we have a thriving small business,
that smells good, Tom. I don't know what you put in my glass.
What is that? What is that?
I don't know what it is. I haven't.
That is our flagship bourbon.
Flagship bourbon.
Okay. Yeah. Bourbon, Kevin, is an alcoholic drink.
Yeah, I know what bourbon is.
I'm just checking.
It's
I know you know what tequila is.
It's like tequila's little brother. I got you.
Oh
no.
Oh. You want me to move?
Brother.
I'll slide right out the way I came in, and
brother.
You can have it.
Man, bourbon is. I mean, bourbon's what pays my bills.
I know it is.
I mean, not vodka, not brandy, not
and they're nice strippers, by the way.
Yeah. But my bourbon.
We need to have Brandy on show in studio in the new Black Ring Spirit studio.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
we could have Brandy come down, and she's a big Toasted Joe fan.
Yeah, and we're doing the show earlier.
We get her liquored up a little bit.
Back on topic. Go ahead.
Good Lord.
Go ahead, guys. Back on topic.
Anyways, back on topic. So that small business community.
Topic was a nice stripper too.
The
Paris was my favorite, but go ahead.
Get back on her.
The state will make more money if the citizens make more money.
Agreed.
Right? Because the tax function's already there. So if the state could be a little bit less obstructionist about people trying to run their small businesses, the state would make more money. That's my argument about raising taxes. Like, stop it. Just let the citizens prosper and thrive, and then we don't have to worry about raising taxes because there's plenty of revenue. Everyone's making money, so everyone goes out and buys goods and services, and yay.
Right.
Yep. Phil?
I was going to say, we had a conversation with someone, as much as you converse on Facebook, right? They were like, oh, we don't want these new buildings being built. Those builders should be paying for the schools. No, the renters and the owners will be paying their property taxes like everyone else, and they just don't connect. They don't get it. A lot of the voters are just dumb. It's sad.
We need to make sure, food for thought, that we can have a camera on him, or Dennis or whoever's back there, so that when they're talking, the camera can switch to him.
We totally should. Well, eventually we're going to have multiple camera angles.
Yeah, we can have multiple
black lights.
Because they, whoever's engineering deserves just as much. Please don't ever do that again. Sounds like I'm listening to hippos have sex, and it's just
boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants.
Boots and pants.
Now, how do you know the sound of two hippos? Just checking.
So, good question.
Was it
actually,
an African trip?
Actually, as a matter of fact, it was the trip to Uganda. But and I'm telling you right now, it is not a pleasant sight. It was especially on climax.
He's lying.
You will ask yourself, what's that floating in the water, Paul?
It was a cold Friday night at the Main Stage Strip Club in Gorst where he experienced that. So
32 beautiful women and two fugly ones.
Grab my stuff. It's over there.
I I'll tell some stories at some point about that.
Please do.
Not the main stage, about the trip to Africa, Kevin.
Oh, damn it. Okay.
Well, and either way, the FCC is no longer involved.
That's right.
You can talk about whatever the hell you want.
I'm
sorry. You can talk about whatever the fuck you want.
I will tell you that there. I think I might have said this just a couple weeks ago. There are photographs floating around somewhere, BJ, of
her name is BJ. It's not a nickname.
Yeah. Well, that's her nickname actually, BJ. But her name is Roberta.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is BJ for Bobby Joe?
No, Roberta. But anyway, Red Solo Cup. Is that what that was? It sounded like it.
It was a Red Solo Cup.
Anyway,
it's what we use for water glasses around.
No, that's good. That's good. You know,
the liquor goes in good cups. The water goes in solo cups.
Listen, and so I don't. You know, I came in a few minutes late. I was working late today, and so I did not get a chance to hear, you know, how you guys got stuff set up and everything, and if you had explained to folks, you know, the premise of the hour by hour setup or not yet, but you know, whether we're talking about Black Ring Spirits or Sideshow Bob, I mean, that's all. We talk local stuff for the first hour. So, you know, Washington State, Kitsap County, our local stuff, the stuff that means something to us, right? Yeah. That's why we start the show off with it. We didn't start off the show with the big, you know, with the clearly big topics that are right around the corner. This is pregame this is pregame warm up, right? That's right. That's what this is. But it's all important stuff. So you could set that up. I think it'd be perfect. And
we're working on that.
Yeah,
you guys keep talking. I'm going to try to work on my camera to see if I can get that shared out. I just got to change which camera I'm using.
All right. Well, anyway, I
don't know how to do.
I did get a call today, and Ed, thank you for the call.
Hello, Ed.
Asking questions about what we thought some things were going to happen with regards to the upcoming firearm laws that are going to be enacted, or that they're looking at being enacted. And so I thought that it was really important to have part of this conversation. Listen, folks, it's really important to remember that the way that things get challenged and get shot down, if they are unconstitutional, there's only one way that happens, right? And that's to go to the Supreme Court. And how does something have to go to the Supreme Court? As citizens, we can't just say, hey, that law is unconstitutional, right? Somebody has to sue. Yes. And challenge it, and then it has to go through the system and work its way up to the Supreme Court.
Which, by the way, isn't that part of the problem?
Maybe.
That we require it to be a litigious society, like the Supreme Court can't just intervene.
Might be, yeah. I don't know how else we should do it, though. I mean, like, seriously, listen, I'm not a lawyer. I play one on the radio, but I only went to law school for 2 years. It's enough to know what I don't know, if that makes sense, right? Yeah. It's like if you go to school to become a doctor for like two years, you know you should never touch a person at certain points. It's kind of the same thing. I do subscribe though and have a paid AI legal subscription though, which is freaking awesome.
How would you feel about giving the Supreme Court judges the right for immediate intervention if all 9 of them agree?
Yeah. I think if you had a 100% consensus, that would be the only way I'd agree to it.
Yeah. So like if they suddenly said we're going to reinstitute slavery, then the Supreme Court, if all 9 judges agreed, could intervene without making something awful go through all the courts. They could
interesting
jump
topic
in.
that you picked, though, man.
Well, I just wanted to pick something. No, I wanted to pick something that was obviously. You know what I mean? Yeah, I want to pick something that was obvious. Like,
what about the idea that all of the justices agree that there could be a conversation, although they may not come to the same conclusion?
Absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't want a Supreme Court, right, where they all come to the same conclusion. I think that's the beauty of our Supreme Court system. And it's
unless it's stripping women of the right to vote, but go ahead.
Damn.
That's just, I mean, left field, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing I think that's super important. We have, thanks to the media and social media, I think a lot
about TikTok later.
A lot of people have lost faith in our Supreme Court, and I suggest the opposite is true. If anything, over the last 6 to 8 years, I would hope that the Supreme Court reinvigorated people's trust and faith in it, right? Because
really,
yes, I do believe that 100%. Listen, we've seen a lot of cases people expected to go, for example, Donald Trump's way that did not. Mm-hmm. We saw a lot of cases that people expected while Joe Biden was president to go his way. They did not. Specifically, Chief Justice Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett are people that have not voted on a conservative line. They have voted against their well-known conservative values. So as long as we have Supreme Court justices that continue to follow the law and not their personal agenda or perspective, yeah, I think and that's happened quite a few times. So, and listen, a lot of people look at the Dobbs decision and think, oh, that was this big thing and they did the blah, 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 blah. No, I don't. I mean, that was an important decision, yes, like every decision that comes from the Supreme Court. But you know what? I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm going to get off the local flair there. But I just bring that back to the guns, right? Everything has to go through the process. And as we well know, having been on the Mega Talk Radio Network, owned by Alan Gottlieb, the founder of the Second Amendment Foundation, there are folks just like him and his organization that are sitting there waiting to sue over these gun laws. Yep. So there are people sitting there waiting for things to become law. Folks, they can't sue. They can't do anything until it becomes law. So in the meantime, the more you hear your friends on the other side of the aisle talk about this stuff over the course of the next few months, over the next legislative session in the state here, it doesn't hurt for you to get your dander up, for you to feel anxious and everything else, because that's what drives action. But that's not the end of the story. We have to, and we've done it. We've been involved with stuff on this show where we've gone out to signature drives and broadcasted live because we wanted to drive support for certain issues. I don't remember the name of the last one that we did that for, but I'm sure Kevin probably remembers. You have a better memory than I do. You're not Polish.
I'm trying to remember what it was at the church on off the road here.
Yes, it was here in Port Orchard.
I don't remember what the drive was for, but go ahead.
Oh, that was before my time. I can't.
It was one of those awkward moments when I met a girl Kevin was dated that didn't know about. Actually, she walked up to me in the middle of the broadcast. Hi, you know who I am? No clue.
26 minutes into the new format of the show, and Paul's right back to bashing my personal life.
I didn't say anything negative about your personal life. I said nothing whatsoever.
Kevin was dating a girl.
She was a completely nice person that I'd never met before.
I only date nice people, and when I'm done with them, they're hose bees.
26 years of friendship. Didn't even tell me he was dating a girl.
Whatever, Paul. Shut up. Anyway, go ahead, Paul. Back to topic. Back to topic.
Smell that?
But let me ask you a question, Paul.
It's pissed off
because you
smell bourbon.
That should be a new commercial on the show. The new cologne, pissed offedness.
You like that word?
Do you believe that lawsuits could be coming over some of the gun laws? Because, again, I've harped on this before. I'll harp on it again. I really get tired of hearing conservatives and Republicans saying we're going to push back. We're going to sue. We're going to do things about overreach, and then nothing gets done. They could have filed lawsuits before, right? I mean, this conglomeration of the Supreme Court has been in place for over 4 years, right? I mean, Donald Trump appointed...
But what do you mean? Because you started this off by saying you get tired of hearing conservatives, so we're going to push back. So what... I'm just not following. Right, so help me understand.
Yeah, let me finish. So Donald Trump appointed the last Supreme Court justice, which was Amy Coney Barrett, over 4 years ago.
Well, that wasn't the last Supreme Court justice appointed.
No, but it was the last one that Trump appointed.
Yes.
That gave
and since then, we've had a Supreme Court justice announced who can't identify a woman. But
anyway, my point.
Who's keeping score?
My point is when he chose Amy Coney Barrett, it gave conservatives the majority on the Supreme Court. So if you're a Republican, what were you waiting for to file lawsuits? What were you waiting for to sue?
About what?
About the gun laws, for example. Like what?
Well, I'm talking about new gun laws that Democrats are talking about right now.
Oh, you think about ones coming forward. Okay, yes. I'm talking about ones that have already been passed.
Yeah, I'm talking about ones that are coming forward. Yeah.
Like the magazine and the banning of more quote unquote semi-automatic weapons.
So it does bring up an interesting conversation, right? Shall not be infringed. And the Washington state law is a little bit more constrictive, right? Mm-hmm. But here's the problem.
And Washington state is a lot more constrictive.
It is, right? Yeah. But and it shouldn't be.
No,
right?
No, we're going against our Constitution.
But it is, and I think so therein lies the bad part of the debate here as a state. Can one of you pull up what Washington state says about the gun laws in our state constitution?
Yes,
because I don't want to
I do believe the final verbiage on it is shall not be infringed.
I believe you are correct. I just don't want to misquote it.
And I think that's what you're looking for, right? It's
well,
the shall,
because you have to interpret things as these lawmakers would. We know that if you're sitting on the left in Washington state, you want to do everything you can to take away, I don't want to say the guns. of Washingtonians, because I don't necessarily think that that's the case. I think that the Democrats and the leftists, well, I think that they have two different perceptions, right? You have the leftists, which are like, no, we need to take everybody's guns because then they can't stop us. And then we have the normal Democrats, the blue dog Democrats, right? The really normal folks who have got this mentality like, well, we just want to make our streets safer. We want there to be, quote, I like this was my favorite one, common sense gun laws. I'm thinking, common sense is different for different people. Some people think it's so. Never mind. I'm not going to go down there. It's local time.
It says the right to bear arms, not to arm bearers, but to bear arms cannot. Does not say should not.
Yep.
Might not.
Yep.
Probably not.
Yep.
Cannot.
Right.
Be impaired.
So that gets to the bigger overall question. Right. Let's take the magazine ban, for example, that went into effect. Was it last year or the year before?
2 years ago.
Anyway, so the magazine ban that went into effect.
3 now.
So let me ask you this. Do you need a magazine of a certain size to fire your AR-15? No, you don't. You can still have your AR-15. And if you have a clip that only holds 10 rounds, right, versus a clip that holds 30 or 100, okay, I can understand the argument that I'm not infringing on your right to own the firearm. I'm infringing on how much lead you can put downrange without, reloading. Yeah, I think Phil wanted to say something, Phil.
Your mic's not on.
There it is.
There you got it.
We got high-tech stuff here. Yeah, the of course, reminder is clips are not the same as magazines, but I'm over here like, and this whole thing about 30 round on your typical AR is a standard magazine.
Yep.
Or as they like to call it, a high capacity. It's still a standard magazine. It doesn't change anything.
Yeah, I will tell you that the last day they had all the big 30-round magazines on sale at Sportsman's Warehouse.
Oh, and I bought a bunch.
Yeah, I did too.
I mean, I got 31 round even for my Glock 17. Now it's unwieldy. I do not. It's
not like you have it stuck in there while you're carrying it on your head.
It's only for fun at the range.
Yeah.
But
most ranges won't allow that now. That's why I don't go to the range. I just go out to the woods.
Yeah, they never, at least Kids Up Rifle Revolver, when they were still open way back,
Oh.
How many presidents ago?
Yeah,
anyway, they were easy. Their deal was you're not rapid firing. You can maybe do a double shot, but they don't want you to be like trying to fire as quickly as possible, which is great. 31 shots, hitting the steel plates, great time.
Yep. And listen, to Phil's point, people that enjoy target shooting, and it takes away from target shooting if you don't have a larger magazine,
Yeah.
Although I'm just holding out for when cities like New Orleans start banning personally owned vehicles, because clearly you can kill a whole bunch of people driving a truck on the sidewalk. So we better ban that and regulate that too.
Well, and Teslas will keep the explosive damage to a minimum.
That was
the truck. The truck.
A couple years ago, before the magazine ban as it exists now, someone more liberal was like, well, why do you need anything more than a 10-round magazine? And I said, it's simple. I would have to carry 5 magazines instead of 3. And they just you could hear them just...
The gears stripping. Yeah.
It was awesome.
I mean,
having
one of
fun with our liberal friends.
One of my favorite guns to shoot, though, is an ancient bolt action 22.
You bet. I have 3 of them.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Long rifle.
Yeah, but this silly thing takes 1 round at a time.
Yeah.
You can make a box of 50 rounds last an hour.
Yeah. Yeah. I've taught all of my kids, the youngest was shooting at 4 with a bolt action 22 long rifle.
Yeah.
And
I
it was perfect.
around then too. Yeah.
Yep. It was perfect time. Kevin?
Can I ask a question? It's not illegal to own those guns, though, right?
Well, it's illegal to
purchase them.
It's illegal to hand one off to my kids.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can't transfer ownership. No?
I can't even hand it to them.
But let me ask a question.
No, you can until they're 18.
Wait, no, I thought it was after they're 18. You can't.
You can hand it to them until they're 18. So you can take your son to the range and you can teach him.
You'd have to have an open range.
Yeah, but you can hand him the firearm.
Bruce
It can go back and forth between the two of you. It's not until he reaches the age of majority.
The age of majority?
Yeah, 18.
Hold on.
That's the age of majority?
Age of majority, yes.
Okay.
It's 21, isn't it now? You can't own kind of weapons till you're 21 now because of our state
I guess
law.
21.
Oh, is it
Which should also be unconstitutional.
Okay.
How can you enlist in the military and carry a gun in the federal government and go off to fight the country, but you can't have a 9mm at home for self-defense?
Well, I mean,
that's fucking stupid.
That stupid conversation, though, is, okay, you can join the army at 18, but you can't have a beer?
Right.
You can't go out and defend your country and then...
Hello, 18-year-olds. We're going to ship you off to Vietnam. Nope, you can't stop at the bar on the way out of town, you know?
It's so dumb.
You can stop there. You just can't have a drink, right?
Yeah.
Now, here, Paul, I got a question for you here. The M2, you're familiar?
The Modus?
The M2 apparently is not an assault weapon. Hang on.
Is that the one that came after the M1? Before the M3?
No, the if it's the Modus that he's talking about, I was on tanks. So my firearms, I used a 9mm. I used a 45 caliber pistol. I used a M240 machine gun and a Modus, which is a 50 caliber machine gun, and then I used a 120 millimeter smoothbore Rheinmetall cannon.
So according to the internet, which is highly reliable and trustworthy, right?
Yes, it is.
Says M2 is not an assault weapon. I mean, we're talking thing you hold with two hands.
Right? Yeah.
Point where you want the lead to go down.
Yeah.
Wait, it has no threaded barrel, no pistol grip, no folding or collapsible stock, no barrel shroud,
Yeah.
no foregrip, no bayonet lug, and no 30-round mag. It's not an assault weapon according to their definition.
I mean,
It's belt fed.
I suppose if that's the definition, but the Geneva Convention will not allow us to shoot an enemy combatant with it because it's considered cruel and unusual or some crap like that.
Yeah, but you can shoot his uniform.
You can shoot his canteen or his gun.
Let me ask you a question, though. I want to get an AR-15. I can't buy one in the state of Washington. It's illegal.
Correct.
Is it illegal for me to go to Idaho,
And transport it in?
buy an AR-15 legally in Idaho, pass a background check, do all that stuff, and then come back home?
Yes.
I'm afraid so.
Yeah, you may
But
not bring it
how
across
is
the
that-
border.
Okay.
Oh,
so
he's saying you can't bring it home.
No, you may not bring it home.
why?
Because it's a violation of 15, whatever that stupid law was.
Then
the semi-auto ban.
I'm going to suggest something here. If that's true.
Well, let's not talk about it on radio, dude. We can talk about this in private.
But we're not on the radio.
That's true.
Yeah, we're not on the radio.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah, we're not. Quit talking about radio, Paul. Radio's dead. We're part of the next world.
That's true. That's true. But still, we don't want to say this openly, like on any airwaves.
But hold on.
I mean, if you want me to buy it for you, just ask.
No. Listen.
Sell you mine.
That would mean that this is, again, a federal issue, not a state issue.
I agree.
And needs to be handled by the federal courts, because once you transfer something across state lines,
It becomes federal.
per the Constitution, it is no longer a states' rights
For
issue.
the Interstate Commerce Clause.
Yes.
Yep.
And I would also argue that state constitutions are not legally allowed to trump the federal
Said
Constitution.
Trump.
Are not allowed to trump the federal Constitution, right?
Yeah.
So how can the state have any law about guns that is any different than the federal Constitution? I would argue that they can't. Because the federal law trumps state laws. If it's, again, you got to go back to the 10th Amendment of the Constitution, what it says, which is, if it is not included in the Constitution, it goes to the states. But if it's outlined in the Constitution, it's a federal issue and can only be regulated by the feds, which means gun rights issues of all part and parcel should only be regulated by the federal government and not the individual state governments, because the Second Amendment is clearly about guns, clearly in the Constitution.
Yes.
And not a states' rights issue.
Correct.
Anybody disagree with that?
Well, not being a lawyer, I would say that if it was that simple, we would see a much different set of laws in this country with regards to firearms.
But I do think Kevin's on to something there.
Maybe.
Because transporting the firearm into the state, you know, as I understand it, if a military man is transferred
Or woman.
is transferred
Women
from,
serve?
Or man.
Sorry, go ahead.
They transfer, or if they're transferred from Virginia to Washington State for their new duty station, if they privately own an AR-15 or some semi-automatic weapon.
If you move here with the weapon, that's okay. I'm pretty
you can't
sure.
bring it into the state.
I don't think that's the case.
I'm pretty sure
Well,
that's
you
what
can
I
look.
read.
You can look it up. We have the internet, like
Yeah,
Phil
yeah.
said. It's never wrong. But I'm pretty.
I didn't say it was never wrong. I said it's highly trustworthy and reliable.
Okay.
It's different.
But I think I thought that the intent of that was to prevent people from
Yes. Buffalo beat Baltimore. Sorry, go ahead.
It's good. I picked them.
Yes.
What, really?
No, you didn't. You picked Baltimore. In our picks, you picked Baltimore.
Oh, I couldn't believe
you
that
are
the
going to
Commanders-
national issues right now, young man. Stick to what we were talking about here.
So happy. I'm so sick of the Ravens. Lamar's awful. Go ahead.
What if there was enough joyous occasion when Washington Redskins beat up on Detroit? The thing is, when it comes to firearms, I think we all have to recognize that in Washington State, we have a group of far left activists that are in charge of the state and have been for a long time, and it doesn't look like it's in any sign of slowing. And there's no way to get around the fact that during the last election, something occurred. Every single state moved to the right. The state that moved the least to the right was Washington State.
Yes.
You have thousands and thousands of people now that will probably not be able to rebuild their homes as a direct result of the leftist policies implemented in California. Yep. Where do you think a lot of those people are going to move to? I'm going to bet money they're moving here.
I'm going to bet they're moving to Texas.
The leftists in California?
Yep.
Are going to go to Texas?
Yes.
You're nuts.
No.
Why do you think somebody who's on the far left in California would go to Texas?
Because when you lost everything due to the policies of the left.
Oh, I get it. Okay. Keep going, Tom.
That's like lesson learned. Okay, I'm going somewhere better.
Okay. I love you for that statement. Can I check? I'm just checking. No, you don't feel like you have a fever.
No.
You're right there, Paul.
They're going to go make Austin bluer.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Because I think that you are high. Like I smoked a bong kind of high right there, brother. Here's the thing.
That was last.
These far leftists in California that just watch their it's global warming's fault that happened. And purely global warming's fault. Maybe even in some diluted capacity, it's Donald Trump's fault. But either way, it ain't because of the leftist policies that are instituted. And the only way that they would be looking to move, my friend, is because insurance company, the big bad evil insurance companies won't pay them what it's worth to rebuild their homes.
Right, but
it will always be somebody else's fault to those slummed other muckers. Yes.
So a lot of people who have lost their homes,
Yeah.
a lot of women who were
And men.
raw DNC have now gone, when can we vote? We need to get Republicans in here.
No, there's some pissed off.
Negative 2 months ago.
There
you
are
retards.
so many people that
Yeah.
are pissed.
Are there? It's interesting.
Like,
I am seeing
the
a lot of comments on
celebrity donors and
Yeah.
the Silicon Valley donors are
Yeah,
up in arms.
It is Donald Trump was right
Oh, yeah.
5 years ago when he talked about California not properly managing their lands.
Well,
Rape
it's
probably was
Yep.
a bad thing to say.
It was, but it's a real thing.
But it was a visual.
Yeah.
Now
because
it's visual.
sometimes leftists, that's just what they go off
Yeah.
of.
well, but
A forest rake is real.
Yeah.
It's a real thing. It's a real tool.
yeah. Now it's just lessons learned because they know that the infrastructure is where the failure was.
I think that's part of it. Yes,
Yeah,
it is part of it.
and
Absolutely.
because they know that the infrastructure is where the failure was, they have to come to the conclusion that the leadership of the infrastructure is the cause of the failure.
That would require understanding the fallibility of one Mr. Ronald Reagan wannabe in the governor's office in California. I'm surprised the dude hasn't done a photo shoot with an old pickup truck and a cowboy hat. Phil.
Who says he hasn't?
It has occurred to me the California thing really was. I now believe climate change is a real thing. Now it's a political climate change, but
It's fair. That's fair. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, clearly the fire thing's been a problem since the Indians would light fires. Like time to burn the.
But
I'm pretty sure fire's been an issue since Genghis Khan and his troops were attacking, right? At least.
Can we accept what the issue with California is, though? It's not about the fires. It's not about the fires.
Really?
No, hold on. Hear me out.
Okay, I'm hearing
It's not
you
about
out.
the fires
Okay.
because we've seen fires across this country for a long time.
Agreed.
Right? Mm-hmm. What it is about, it's about a lot of rich people losing their homes because of the fires. Now everybody's up in arms, and now everybody's talking about it.
okay.
Now it's a problem.
Okay.
Well,
I gotcha.
because
Now
the liberal elite class are losing their homes in Brentwood, by
Right.
the way, which is where Nicole Brown Simpson was murdered. But regardless, right? So.
And Ronald Goldman. Why do you guys keep talking about women and forgetting the men in these stories?
Listen, there was a major hurricane that wiped out half of Appalachia, that they still don't have homes to go back to,
or hotel rooms anymore,
or hotel rooms that are being paid by FEMA because the timer expired. There's still large swaths of those Hawaiian islands that were wiped out by the fires that people can't get inhibit back to. But guess what? That's a lot of brown people. Okay.
Well, but Appalachia, I love you, but I hate that damn argument. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
but it's true
that it's because it's brown people.
Hold on. Listen. Hold on. But listen. Let me
okay. Go ahead.
Sorry. It matters because when it's a whole bunch of rich white people losing everything that they own, the noise gets louder for some reason, and I don't know why that is.
Because those rich white people can afford megaphones.
Well, that might be part of it. But then when you talk about Hawaii, where it's not a lot of rich white people, it's a lot of
There's a lot of rich people there, dude.
Well, but there's also a lot of people that were low income that had just lived there for a long time and now lost everything that they own. That they don't get talked about because they can't afford the megaphone.
I think I
don't think the fire thing is a big deal at all. I don't think the fire thing is a new big deal. It is a big deal that's been here for ever. But we're talking about it because of how many $1 million homes got toasted in the fires.
I don't agree with him. What do you?
You're missing some of the backlash.
Come on, Tom. Grab some sack, man. Let's hear it. Come on.
There's plenty of us, air quotes, regular folk that are pissed off of hearing that Kim Kardashian lost her mansion and
she did.
Yeah. And
she did,
and also
I didn't hear that.
But she also had the middle finger up to the state of California about conserving water for her garden.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there's a lot of public outrage about the behavior of the elite in California and how they're acting to the fires. There's some pissed off regular people.
Yeah, but
hey. The lady
ahead,
would
Lori.
like to.
I would say that we're looking at something similar to the pandemic where money was redistributed to the big corporations and the small mom and pops were squashed. Now we're looking at prime, whatever land being redistributed. Now in California, it's the elite losing their land. But in Hawaii, it was, like you were saying, it was lower income, middle class losing their land to... Who do we know?
Oprah, right? And Zuckerberg and others.
And Tyler Perry buying up land.
And there was a lot of Chinese corporations that were buying up land as well in the aftermath of what happened
in
Hawaii.
Appalachia, who's taking up that land? And why for?
I don't know the answer.
I do. It's corporations, and it's because it's rich in minerals that they want.
Well, listen. My point is that the only reason why this is such a hue and cry is twofold, right? One is it hit a really high population density area, and that's pretty rare for these fires.
Right.
To hit an area that is so chock full of people and homes. Normally, that kind of forestation and stuff is in really sparsely populated areas.
You're sitting here next to somebody whose wife lost a brother in the Paradise Fire. So I mean I get it. She grew up dealing with forest fires her entire life. Right. And the issue was brought up about climate change stuff. I've been very clear about this, having spent 6 years working in the environmental education.
Right.
In running an entire center that was devoted towards educating children about the Puget Sound region and the environment as a whole. And we get into some in-depth issues about that, whether it's dissolved oxygen in the water, whether it's different types of plankton and stuff. But anyway, there's so many things that go into that. But one thing that was very apparent to anybody that's actually a real scientist, and this is what I found really interesting about that whole conversation, was here's the one thing that was very, very clear. The number one factor that affected climate change, there's a 1A and a 1B. Does anybody know what 1A and 1B are? The two primary factors that cause, because climate change is real, but there are two very massive, we're talking like 50% and 48%, everything is the other 2%. Like man is the 2%.
The most
solar cycle?
Sort of. Close. That's half right. Go ahead. I'm not hearing you, Tom.
I think I lost a mic. Oh, hey.
There you go, bud. See, I touched it.
Yeah.
I feel good.
The most.
You touch me, I get turned on too, Paul.
According to. According to.
Go ahead.
Geologic record, the most likely cause of climate shift is going to be polar shift.
Well, that's that. So you both literally got half the answer right. So you've got it. versa.
Well,
but
and it's not even that.
Solar drift
right,
as magnetic north and true north move, and to this point over the last 25 years or whatever, it's like 320 miles, right? So imagine, let's, and I don't know off the top of my head the direction. Let's say that Washington State has moved, but Washington State has gotten 320 miles further to the south from magnetic north. Okay, that has a huge impact.
Oh yeah,
huge impact. That's 1B actually, and then 1A is. Kevin, you said the solar cycles, but it's actually, so we have the solar maximum and the solar minimum. And the number 1A is the solar activity within the solar cycles.
Yeah, and that's
solar
that's
flares, coronal mass ejections. It's an 11-year cycle. That's right. And listen, people they're like global warming. Actually, the Earth is like 4 degrees colder still right now than it was 200 years ago. So there's and listen, 200 years ago they weren't driving around in automobiles eating too much beef that farted too much. Okay, right. The whole arguments are bunk. They're fake, and you know who makes those arguments? People who need funding for their careers. Those are the people who tell you the sea levels are rising, and those same people. And I'm going to use the head
and the
counsel.
Sea levels are rising.
I'm gonna talk about the lead counsel from Google, who. I'm sorry. He was lead counsel for Google now, but at the time he was. Remember the Exxon Valdez? He was one of the lead attorneys suing Exxon Valdez. Dude's worth millions and millions and millions of dollars. So about 8 years ago or so, I poured a whole lot of concrete at his house. Now you would think a guy like that, and by the way, he's tipped over to the left. Very environmentally conscious, right? Do you know where I poured a whole lot of concrete at? Do you know where his house is at? On the freaking waterfront on Bainbridge Island. Yeah. No, dude, you don't give a damn about the fucking water sea level rising, okay?
Well,
you built a barbecue pit 3 feet above sea level for your friends to come over and enjoy the view of Port Orchard.
He cares about it for everyone else.
Right,
but cares
that's
about
the point.
It when it makes money.
That's the point.
Right. Yeah, his little
that's all they
slice of
care
heaven.
about.
His little slice of heaven is
these folks who run around waving their hat and say global warming this and global warming that. They're retarded. These are people who are either too stupid to procreate. So please don't. If you have children, we'll probably have to, find some way to abort them after birth or something. I don't know, because we can't have them, continuing on the human race. That's just not good. It's not a good recipe for, continued success.
Remember, the views expressed by Paul
they're fucking mine.
Entertaining.
You're damn straight. It's okay if you don't have the testicles to have my views.
Kevin, you forgot the disclaimer.
He doesn't have to have the disclaimer anymore.
No, I think we need to have the disclaimer even
you
more.
mean you want to have the disclaimer?
No, I honestly, I think the disclaimer is even more necessary now.
Yeah,
because,
I think the disclaimer is
needed.
A2, Lori?
We're deregulated.
Let me give this.
Are you saying that we're gold?
Tom is right.
Yes.
Let me give the disclaimer.
We are deregulated.
Yeah. This is the Outlaw Radio Network. We're a bunch of friends talking about politics, sports, current events, and all the other things that we want to talk about. If you're offended about what we say, fuck off. All right. So, there we go. There's our disclaimer. If I offended you with the F word, I'm trying not to swear, but
that's your disclaimer.
Not on the AM anymore, and now I'm going back to my 12-year-old roots.
It's the disclaimer 2.0.
So really quickly, Paul, Lilet has a comment in chat. I want to read.
Okay. I'm not reading. I'm not looking at chat.
Yeah. Lilet said it's called climate change.
Yep.
Wow, just gaslight everyone, Paul. There are so many factors in the fires, and the fact of the matter, no matter what could be done, regardless of the funds or who's in charge, nothing would help. It's hurricane fire winds, losing Wi-Fi.
No, it's the Santa Ana winds.
Hold on. Losing fire. Well, I think they're talking about the strength of the winds. But losing Wi-Fi, read more, blame less, Jesus.
Mm-hmm. I don't think Jesus had anything to do with it either. But, thanks, Lilet. I mean, I appreciate your... wanted to give all credit to God.
I disagree with one thing that Lilet said. There are things that could have been done. There's
absolutely there are things like keeping the fucking water reservoir full.
Well,
would have been a good start.
Yeah, and by the way, before Lilet says that it wasn't true, it was true.
It was true.
There was a complete reservoir emptied for quote unquote maintenance, but whatever. On top of that, there's forest management things that they should be doing that California stopped doing because they wanted to be more environmentally focused, which is fine. You can be more environmentally focused, but you stop doing the forest management stuff. Cleaning up the crap under the trees, all of that, cleaning up the forest bed floor. You're inviting stuff like this, Phil.
Yeah, right to your point. They were environmentally focused on not doing anything for the environment where people live. Why don't we care about the environment for people? And the fact is, these forests would burn regularly anyway without our intervention.
As they always have throughout history. That's right.
Let loggers do what loggers do, maintain the forest, maintain the logging roads so they can get in there and deal with these things early. They're so overgrown, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. I agree. And listen, it makes sense for us to do some not all that forage management stuff, right? Some of that I do think is a little overkill. But I think it makes sense to clear the brush. I think it makes sense to do protective stuff. This idea of trying to keep big ass trees and thick, dense forests everywhere doesn't make sense when you're right up against human developments, right?
Mother Nature has done that for thousands of years.
No, but I mean, like, why would you have a huge ass green belt right next to $1 million homes when you know that you got power lines?
Because it raises the value.
Because it's party.
Wouldn't you want to thin that out a little bit so that you don't
then you
have
to
the
maintain
you know
it.
what I mean?
Yeah,
no, you're right.
maintain it.
But that's where you come in with some equipment like forest rakes, or more importantly, like a forest mulcher attached to a skid steer. There's a reason why maintaining your forest work. There's a reason why out on Key Peninsula we don't ever worry about forest fires overtaking our homes and our property. Okay, because we maintain the green belts.
Yeah,
we don't let them become overgrown. We do the exact opposite in Washington State of all places, and in fact in Pierce County of Washington, which is probably the second worst county in this entire state. But we're not idiots about stuff. And by the way, it's not like any of us go and ask the county, should we do this or that? We just do it.
Right.
Everybody out there, we just do it so that it's done. Yes, Lori.
Yeah. Well, back to California, Santa Ana winds happen all the time.
Correct.
They shift direction depending on the time of year. Having lived there for 12 months one time long ago, this is the way that
marriage number 2.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Californians lived. But not only that, they were properly maintaining everything at that point. This is pre-pandemic quite a bit.
What do you mean they were? You mean the people of California or the state, the government? What?
Everybody.
Okay.
California's state, the counties, the cities, the people, the corporations, everybody was maintaining everything, and they were keeping the reservoirs going.
Yeah.
And that's one of California's biggest deals, is that they have huge amounts of farmland in the San Joaquin Valley. They have the most, probably back in the 50s, the most developed water system.
And wasn't one of the complaints against them that they're literally flushing water out into the ocean?
Potentially. I don't know about that part.
You mean an ocean full of water?
Yeah. They were instead of keeping water, because I would have to look into it, but I do believe I heard something about that. But
the thing is, now, because of the California wildfires, even though it didn't touch the San Joaquin Valley, where do a lot of eggs come from?
My chicken coop.
A lot of our vegetables come from.
Yeah.
Guess what? Prices are going up, people.
Yeah, but hold on. I hate to be the speaker of obvious things. You live in a goddamn desert. Okay?
Not in the Joaquin Valley.
But in most of Southern California.
Yeah, Southern California, not Central.
Most of Southern California is
a desert
area that people were not designed to live in. It's like Vegas, right?
Right.
Vegas was never designed for people to live there. Through a lot of money and a lot of environmental impact and a lot of taking water, they created a spot that people could live. So when you go into a part of the world that is not that is not hospitable for people to live there, don't be surprised when all of the things that you've done come unraveled and you have a major issue like this. Like, if you go to Mars, you can't be surprised that somebody's going to die when the biodome opens up and there's no oxygen for them. Like, you're inviting it.
Phil?
He's letting me know about break.
Okay.
Great.
Well, just took a little 3-second look up, right? California does flush water from the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta into the Pacific Ocean in order to meet their own self-stimulated environmental rules. But I knew I had read something about that. But I don't know the layout really, as far as like how close the San Joaquin Valley is to there. I just know that I had read
over a mountain range.
Yeah, I had just read that they did flush a lot of water. So,
and one other thing, did you guys realize how little hotshots or fire crews are paid?
I had no idea what they are paid. I just know it's an incredibly
minimum wage, maybe a little bit higher, and they're considered seasonal hourly employees.
I do know that in Washington State, back when Gary Locke was our governor, and I was in. We had forest fires going on up near Omak and Okanagan, and I volunteered. We were promised active firefighter pay. We ended up getting military pay. So it was, it was discouraging.
Yeah. Well, the only reason that those guys want to be hotshots is for the reputation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No medical, no dental, no nothing.
Nothing.
That's crazy.
It's a community service, and they get to put on the hat that says I'm a badass.
Right.
Can't harness stupid. All right, let's do this. We're going to take a quick break. We have to do this at the top of the hour every hour, so we've got some logical breaks to break this up into our segments. So we're always going to have a top of the hour break. It'll be short, like 2 minutes. It'll give me a chance to stretch and Paul a chance to check in with his wife. So we'll take a break. We'll come back
and
and
check the still.
2 minutes. We're going to go to some national stuff next. Although we've been kind of national anyway, but we're going to go to some national stuff next, including the incoming president, a new administration taking place tomorrow. What does that mean for a whole bunch of people, including
leftists?
Federal employees,
federal
leftists, all of it.
Well, tomorrow we're getting ready. We're getting ready for the primordial orgasmic hourly scream.
All right, more about that next. Stick around. More of the Outlaw Radio Network coming back after this from Black Ring Studios. Back after this.
Woo! Hey, it's K-Dog with the Outlaw Radio Network. We are everywhere. You can follow us on all your favorite social media channels, including Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Vimeo, and more. And if you want to follow me personally, hop on your Twitter and just search for K-Dog the Outlaw. And don't forget our really cool website, outlawradionetwork.com, full of all the cool merch you've been looking for. Outlaw Radio Network. Are you an outlaw yet? Admin a la carte are specialized local experts committed to helping you run your small business. From general admin and sales support to marketing, digital media and technology to real estate and compliance, Admin a la carte's only goal is to take your business to the next level. Find out how Admin a la carte can elevate your business. Visit admin-a-la-carte.com for more information. That's admin-alacarte.com. Admin a la carte. Your business doesn't fit into a box. Why should you have to?
Are you ready to elevate your spirits? Look no further than Black Ring Spirits, your local craft distillery nestled in Town Square Mall. Indulge in the smooth richness of our handcrafted spirits, meticulously distilled to perfection. Whether you prefer the bold kick of our bourbon or the subtle sophistication of our gin, Black Ring Spirits has something for every palate. Visit us today at Town Square Mall and experience the essence of true craftsmanship. Black Ring Spirits, where passion meets perfection, unconventionally traditional. On a recent episode of the Outlaw Radio Network.
Some of our listeners even appreciated you dumbing it down for them. So, on behalf of
sometimes
Paul,
I have to mansplain for people like. By the way, mansplaining is when men explain things to a woman in a condescending tone. I just mansplained.
Outlaw Radio Network, Sundays from 8 to 11, Wednesdays from 7 to 9, only on Megatalk.
All right, we're back from Black Ring Studios at the Black Ring Spirits in the South Kitsap Mall, the Town Square Mall, Town Square Shopping Center, feed barn, 4-store place, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should drop that, and we're back, though. I don't think we should say that yet. Because with being able to do each hour separately.
Oh, that's true.
Right?
You're absolutely right.
It would be a little bit weird.
No, you're right.
But it doesn't matter. It is the first show, and we got plenty of kinks. We'll work them out.
Formatted advice from you. Wow, what happened to us? We flipped roles.
Yeah, well.
Next thing you know, I'll be married, and Paul will be single trying to get dates on the internet. Okay.
Fuck, I'll just hire a girl from Ukraine. They're getting desperate.
I heard you can get Ukrainian brides that are half off.
No, they're half price.
Half off. That's what I
usually as a result of artillery damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Half off.
Say which half is missing?
I'm going straight to hell.
This is not right.
I know. It's terrible.
Terry said we need to change the show time on the promo slides, whatever that means. We'll work on that. Listen, this is an evolving, moving target. Okay?
Yeah. Hell, we're. I mean, this is a version 2.0, first season, first episode.
Isn't that sweet, Kevin? This is version 2.0. No, son, this is like version 10.7.
Well, they did. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
But this is a new season. This is season whatever this is.
Yeah, season whatever.
We'd be like 1923, 2 years between seasons. Fuckers.
Yeah.
By the way, the new season of 1923 starts this week.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
I'll have to start looking up spoilers.
I hate to say, it, man, it's a guilty pleasure. I think that the way that he wrote 1923 actually, and this is, I know Kevin will not be able to resist giving me grief for that, but that's okay. I think it's probably one of the television like love stories I think we've seen in a long time. The way he built up the relationship between Alexandra and Spencer.
See, I love the history of the 20s in the United States, but mostly because of Prohibition.
I can't imagine anything else from you, Tom.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
But mostly because, I mean, the time was just so interesting, right? And so does the show 1923 take into account, Prohibition and stuff? Or
they're in Montana, so
No.
and Africa is where the two places where the show has been so far. So hasn't really
no.
had anything to do.
It's not going to spark my interest.
Yeah.
At all.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, if that's the only thing I'm watching for, man, like, are they drinking?
Yeah, no. I mean, that's not the only thing. But I mean, if I'm gonna watch something from the time period, the 20s, I want like some Prohibition history in there.
Okay,
Just
I got you.
'cause,
That's fair.
Yeah.
Because on ranches in the middle of Kansas, it mattered. Okay.
Yeah, well, the ranches in the middle of Kansas. What's exciting about that?
Did you guys watch Landman?
I haven't watched it yet. I'm going to.
Well, you don't watch anything, dude.
I am going to watch Landman, though. I guess what I'm waiting for Landman is to make sure it's coming back for season 2. Because
it's already signed for season.
Is it signed for season 2? Okay. Because one of the things I hate,
they did a really good job on it.
When they do a show and then I watch the show and then it gets canceled.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. And listen, Taylor Sheridan is an amazing writer.
Did you hear he's renting his ranch in Texas to Paramount for?
Oh yes.
$50,000 a week.
No, it's a lot more than that.
Or maybe it's $500,000.
Yeah, it's more like that. And he holds a cowboy camp there, and everything else for the actors are going to be in his series. Dude is triple dipping, and good for him, man. He's in control of his own destiny. Phil,
I was going to say, you seen the new Suits? LA's coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Suits is, I guess, my little guilty pleasure. It's just a fun drama.
You Suits?
Oh, it's just a hoot.
I would have never.
Is the princess going to be in this one?
No.
Oh, God, I hope not.
Yeah, well,
the only one that they know that's coming back so far, Harvey, is going to be in like the first 3 episodes, I think. But I haven't heard anything about Mike Ross coming back, or
I don't know anything about what you're talking about. You're talking about the characters on the show Suits.
I don't know if Donna's coming back. I haven't. I have heard another rumor that what was her name? The African American girl that had one. Jessica Pearson, that she may come back. Because they're wrapping up 911 Lone Star, and they're on their last season of 911 Lone Star, so she could theoretically come back, but I don't know. Suits was great. Did you ever watch Suits, Paul?
No, never.
You should watch it, man. The writing is really good. I'm not a huge fan of like lawyer shows. I think they bore me to tears, but the writing on that one.
No, I enjoy a lot of good legal stuff. Yeah, I do.
Okay, so moving on to some national stuff. So Trump takes office tomorrow.
Who?
Trump.
Does what?
Trump takes office tomorrow.
Where?
D.C.
Like in the U.S.?
Yeah.
For what?
New president.
Are you kidding me?
Second verse, same as the first.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
45, 47. He was sticking
going to
with
a
the odd
coma for
numbers.
5 years, wake up and look what happened.
I know. Can you imagine if you fell into a coma the day after he left office and you come back 4 years? It's been 4 years.
Right,
So
right. Well,
is he wrapping up his second term? Oh, no, actually, funny story.
No, I said to somebody yesterday, I was like, if you fuckers would have acknowledged that he won the last election, you'd be over with him now.
Oh, I know. Isn't that great? There's some leftists somewhere that are going, damn it, if we'd have just bitten the bullet to begin with.
You'd have been all trumped out, man. All trumped out.
And then think about how different things would be right now. Like Pence would still...
Something tells me probably not.
No, I
Really, you don't think so?
No.
I think Pence would have rode through that second term and then run for office because he would have been the presumptive, right?
Yeah, because J6 would have never happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about that. Pence was he was Mr. Premature Ejaculation. That dude was so boring, so dull.
But maybe he would have found his stride during his second term.
It reminds me of Daddy Bush.
Yeah, Daddy Bush. The
Daddy
dude
Bush
would
had
not eat dinner or have a drink in a room without his wife there. If there was a female, and I'm sorry, you can't. No,
listen.
No.
True story. So I'm working on my master's, and I'm in this. The class I'm taking right now is a managing teams and conflict resolution class using biblical principles.
Yeah, what?
Yeah. Yeah, it's part of well, you know,
biblical principles to manage. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So one of the guys in the
so he's your son, right? Here's the knife. Okay.
One of the guys. So you have a class, and because we're online, you do these discussion posts, right? Where they give you a prompt and a question. You have to write a discussion post, 300 words, whatever. This guy wrote his post about how men should not be alone with another woman in a business setting. And that's what he wrote his thing on. And I thought, well, in theory, I guess from a biblical perspective, I can understand the argument. But in a real world application, that is virtually impossible. In a real world application.
And you want to talk about some antiquated conservative values.
Phil?
As it says, very effective. That's how we operate. Like, if you need to meet with someone that's the opposite gender, you just make sure you leave the door open.
In your church, though, right?
And there's somebody nearby, so there's no... You're above reproach.
Right, but in your church, right?
Yeah.
But I'm talking about in a corporate environment, in a business environment, that is a...
It's a choice.
It's a no-go.
Lori, people are going to talk. You and I met earlier. Oh, shit.
I'm just saying that's... I think that's nearly
and I don't think my wife was here.
Pull off in a corporate environment.
Was she?
My wife is in a corporate environment. Her boss is a man. That's not possible.
It sets a high standard for keeping fidelity straight. It really does set a very high standard.
Yeah.
You got bigger issues, I think.
Some will call it antiquated, whatever, but it is still high standard.
Well, and again, Terry said that a man being alone with a woman at a church business setting is prohibited. No, in churches. That's again, I get it, but I'm talking about this is like an overarching leadership development, conflict resolution thing, not just within churches, but within businesses, corporations, day-to-day operations, whatever. I think that
you're right, though.
impossible.
It can't work in today's professional world.
I don't believe so. Yeah,
I mean, it can't.
I mean, you can try to minimize it as much as possible
for sure, but it's still. I mean,
as a man, it's probably better if Paul, if you said,
you want your woman to wear a hijab next?
No, listen.
Yeah,
as a man, it's probably better for us not to ever be, because there is this, the Me Too movement was something, and accusations can be made.
Yeah.
Accusations can be made. If I'm a man, it's probably not a bad idea for me to always have somebody there, so nobody can ever say I acted inappropriately towards her, I made a pass at her, I assaulted her, whatever, because there's somebody there at all times.
But the first time you told some woman you couldn't be in a room alone with her, you'd see a sexual harassment law.
Oh, I would never say that out loud.
I
mean, I would just finagle it behind the scenes, Phil.
I was just saying, it's like you can set it as a standard. This is the standard. It does limit you, perhaps, but you said just like you could say, well, there's no way I can work this construction field without paying people under the table. There's no way I could do it.
I can appreciate where you're coming from. I just don't think you could set that as a standard in today's professional world. It's a sexual harassment lawsuit waiting to fly.
Well, but then does that mean you can't put two men in a room together? Because what if one of them is gay? How is it any
that's the
different?
point.
I mean,
you can't. And as soon as you start limiting people's behavior based on their sex, you have lawsuits flying.
Yeah. Lori?
So when I owned my own business, I always
Lori
made sure.
Speeds, which you can visit online.
No, that's the new one, Kevin.
That's the new one.
And
McPherson Financial Service.
Don't forget the upcoming anal bead tug of war is coming. But go ahead, Lori.
Anyways.
Is that why you brought the lube?
WD-40. Go ahead.
Anyways.
Go ahead.
So when I had my firm, I always made sure, because of two rules, meeting with the spouses, both of them, right? Together. One, because we're going over their tax return and both have to walk through it. Two, I didn't want to be alone in a compromising position with someone who's married who may or may not go down that road or whatever. I didn't want the appearance similar to church, didn't want the appearance
of impropriety,
infidelity, anything impure. But in a corporate setting, which I'm in now, we're virtual. So I have a lot of meetings with just one person who can be of the opposite sex. It's not that big of a deal, but in office settings, even today, post-pandemic, when I've had to travel to Arizona, we keep the door open. Even though it's a glass door, everybody can see in. We keep the door open.
Yeah, I don't think there's any issue with that at all. But again, I can't see how because you would have the wrong woman,
Mm-hmm.
and she would say, why can't I do? Oh, because you're not going to stand in a room alone with me. And all it's going to take is
the wrong man.
And all it's going to take is the wrong person. And in today's professional environment, that it's there. It's there. Somebody would sue.
But I have one argument against all of that.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Everywhere you go nowadays, you're on camera.
Yeah.
Well, not in the workplace, though. Like, not in my workplace. I'm in a federal workplace, so you can't have cameras because of all the security information we're talking about.
Yeah, my workplace here. I mean, you're on camera right now.
But you put them up.
Right, and yes,
and you have access to the.
Where are those cameras? Show me.
Right. But those cameras are there to protect you against. I mean, someone can come
drive-by
in and
fruiting.
No, someone can come in and say, "Oh, he touched me." Yeah, prove it, because I can prove to you I didn't. Here's the video. Here's the video clip of our time together. Right, and so I mean, and I mean that's everywhere nowadays. I mean, there's Ring door cameras, there's ATM machines. I mean, there's security camera everywhere.
Here's the argument against that, Tom. If you're in a corporate setting, that camera belongs to the corporation. The corporation gets to decide.
Right, they can choose yes or not
which one they're supporting and which one they're not. Fun fact, pro tip, everybody.
Pro tip.
HR is there to protect the company, not you as the employee.
Right.
Pro tip. Mm-hmm.
Right.
That pro tip brought to you by Black Ring Spirits. Remember, when you come in here and get drunk, you'll be on camera. Okay, back to the discussion at hand. So Trump goes in tomorrow. So. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Trump had a meeting with some lawmakers, and he's basically said he's going to issue more than 100 executive orders.
200.
Is it closer to 200?
200?
It's over 200.
It's over 200.
Executive orders.
Yeah. So they were talking about trying to figure out how to compile those together into document bundles, so we didn't have to sign piles of paperwork.
Wow, Lori.
Go, Lori, go!
Wow. I'm excited.
So here's some of what is going to be covered in this.
I broke Paul.
And I'm going to read this off of CNN, but you can find this information anywhere. So the federal government and its operations will also be a central focus in the first hours of Trump's second term, with the actions included executive orders, no schedule left, that would curtail or eliminate job protections for federal workers. Trump signed a version of the executive order shortly between the 2020 election, but it was rescinded by Biden. Actions will also be taken to officially outline the role and authorities of the Department of Government Efficiencies, led by billionaire tech mogul Elon Musk and entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy. Although, side note, Ramaswamy is stepping aside from Doge because he's going to run for governor for Ohio.
Yeah.
Well, he's not. Yeah, but that's a couple years out.
Yeah, but I just the article I said that he'd be stepping out of.
Yeah, in a couple years when he goes to run.
Not right away.
Right, not away. Not right away.
I thought the charter for Doge expired in like 2 years.
I don't know about that.
It'll never end. Federal government doesn't add offices and responsibilities and then somehow take them away.
See,
government doesn't giveth to taketh away. They giveth to keep it in perpetuity.
Doge isn't government, though.
Yeah, Doge is not government. And then one of the things that I was kind of excited about the idea of Doge, because, I mean, hey, libertarian in the room. I want as small a government as possible, right? But I don't want some government entity to be formed to shrink the government to therefore become bloated and become an umbrella over the government. So the fact that Doge had a like termination date, I thought was very intelligent.
Sure, if it holds. Here's what I don't like about Doge is that they have direct access to the president. They're going to have a lot of influence, but they're not elected, and there's no checks and balances.
Right.
I don't like that.
All the more reason for it to have a short
fact check
sort of thing.
You would hope, Lori.
Fact check. Senate has a bipartisan caucus and committee for Doge. And they've already been meeting with them, and they have the oversight of Doge.
Not the president?
Not the president.
Oh, okay.
The Senate.
That's new for me.
I mean, on the surface, it does look like they are doing this for good reasons, and they have good intent,
As long
so
as
we'll
it goes
see
away.
how it goes.
As long as it goes away. Because then all that happens is the pendulum swings the other direction.
Well, in theory, if they do their job well, it should go away, right?
It should.
Hey, we can't make government any smaller.
Right, but here's the thing. I mean, they'll hang on to it because it's a good tool for control or whatever, and then all of a sudden the GOP, the conservatives, the right or whatever become the thing I have to rail against because they've gone too far right, just like the left has gone too far left.
Okay, Tom.
Well, did you guys hear?
You might be right.
You hear about the new government agency that Trump wants to create or is creating or whatever?
Insert punchline here.
The External Revenue Service. No, I'm not lying.
No, I know. True. I saw that. I didn't know that's what
the hell is that?
The External Revenue Service is designed to recoup income and assets.
XRS, right?
Yeah, from outside the country.
Whose brainchild was that?
Trump.
Really?
So in other words, it's going after expats who owe money.
And isn't it going after Swiss bank accounts?
Well, Swiss bank accounts, Cayman Islands.
Yeah.
There's not enough money out there for that.
Well, here's the problem.
Well, they'll never get their hands on any Swiss bank accounts.
No, I know.
I can guarantee you that.
And they're not getting anything out of Grand Cayman either.
Here's the problem. That already falls into the jurisdiction of the Internal Revenue Service. So why would you create a whole other agency with whole other agency leadership heads and a whole new budget and a whole new staff and a whole new inner workings?
To waste tax dollars.
Why wouldn't you just leave it under the IRS and fix the charter of the IRS, which they should have done decades ago?
To waste tax dollars. That's what our government does. They waste tax dollars.
Well, when you watch that movie from the 1990s, what was that called? Independence Day?
Yeah.
And they have that scene in there about, you didn't think they paid $30,000 for a toilet seat, did you?
Right.
I mean, I think there's plenty of ways that they can save money.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. I am curious about one thing, though, because you have basically two self-made, very, very wealthy individuals that are going to be heading up Doge. I'm curious if that bothers any of you guys. Because we're hearing a lot of complaints from people.
I got to back up. External Revenue Service is going to be tasked with collecting tariffs and other revenues from foreign nations.
Oh, well, that's a totally different
story.
That makes sense.
No,
Okay.
I'm okay with that. I mean, they can
Still a bad
replace
idea.
the IRS as
it
far
a
as I'm
bad
concerned.
idea?
Still a bad idea.
Why?
I don't like another agency getting formed.
Oh.
I mean, again, it's going to result in
makes sense.
top-heavy leadership and a bunch of middle management, and which is all the government is really, especially the federal government, is famous for.
Well, it
Let's be
depends.
top-heavy and middle management-heavy, and not really do much.
Well, it depends. If Doge comes in and strips out, I don't know, 50% of the bloat from the IRS, maybe 25% of that bloat can go work for the External Revenue Service.
I hate to break, there is no bloat right now in the IRS.
Well,
the IRS is not staffed.
I'm using that as an example. Let's say the bloat in the ATF, or pick your alphabet soup.
Department of the Ecology. Yeah.
Hold on.
Pick your alphabet.
I love you,
soup.
Tom. I love you, Kevin. But there's a way to go about this conversation. Kevin,
Jousting
you worked
to death?
You were You worked for the IRS.
Yes.
And you were in collections.
Correct.
Right. Now,
give me my money, bitch. But
yeah. So you were in the federal building in Seattle, and you worked there with 1,000 people.
No, in my unit, I think we were about 250 at our peak.
Okay.
In Seattle.
And you have a half a dozen of those buildings around the country?
Oh no, we have way more than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the reason I ask.
And again, that's just that
Because
subdivision because there's a whole bunch of other divisions.
But you say that there's no bloat in the IRS. So my question really comes out: how do you know that? Because you were not one of those people. You weren't in a managerial position.
No,
you weren't one of those people like Lois Lerner specifically out there to screw with conservatives. I'm just curious.
Can I give you the evidence that I'm drawing mine from?
Yes, and that's why I wanted to ask you. Where do you draw that conclusion from?
When a taxpayer calls the IRS right now for any assistance to talk about their taxes, to talk about payment plans, to talk about why they owe, to ask tax questions so they can file. I see your hand. This is not kindergarten. They are currently being put on hold for up to 4 hours.
Yep.
And at the
Facts.
4 hour mark,
They get hung up.
the call drops.
Yep.
And you're told to call back later.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything about bloat.
When I say that there's not bloat,
there's not bloat in your department.
Well, there's not bloat in any taxpayer facing operations.
Okay.
Where there may be bloat is in middle management, upper management, some of those regurgitated programs, right?
But your point is that when it comes to people that need to answer the phone and help out the tax-paying Americans, you need more people. There is not bloat. Okay.
Or even businesses, too.
And businesses, too. What they don't need is a whole bunch more what are called
armed agents,
TIGDA agents, which are the armed agents that
Yeah.
Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration. They're the ones that are tasked with investigations of impropriety by IRS employees, threats against IRS employees, crimes committed under taxes, tax fraud, tax shelters, stuff like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've enjoyed Tax Talk on the Outlaw Radio Network.
They may or may not need more of those. I don't know. I didn't work in that, so I don't know how they're staffed or whether or not they're adequately staffed to complete their job.
If falling asleep is a problem for you,
but
enjoy this segment over and over.
Hold on, listen. You joke.
Yes,
but
I do joke.
But we are 3 months away from tax filing deadline.
Yes. Yeah.
And again, we are a society creating millions of people owing money every year because they cannot get the assistance they need. They cannot get the questions answered they need. And when they do owe, they can't even call to set up a payment plan because the system is so broke that they can't even get a hold of anybody.
And you actually left a big part of the problem out.
So shouldn't we just make the tax code simple and say everyone owes?
Yes, it should be a little
6%,
999
7%, whatever the hell it is.
Guess what? That's not going to fly.
Well, hold on. Tom's absolutely correct. But saying, shouldn't we make it simpler?
Did you just say the libertarian is absolutely correct?
Of course he's correct.
So
the libertarian's always correct.
So saying, shouldn't we make it easier? Of course we should. That's also like saying I should be able to write out a list of what I want in the perfect woman and she'll show up at my house tomorrow off of eBay.
No, those are two very different things.
No.
Those are mail order brides, dude.
My point is...
They have a specific title.
They're both equally as likely. That's my point. They're equally as likely. You're asking the government to get off their ass and do something to fix the tax code. They can't even agree on anything besides resurrecting TikTok.
I don't know that they can necessarily agree on resurrecting TikTok.
They
already did.
Well, no, I know they have, but I don't know that it's a unanimous decision.
But that's the problem, right? I mean, that's the problem.
That's restoring intimacy. Are you suggesting that's what Kevin needs?
The Patient's Guide to Maintain a Relationship During Depression. Perfect.
Okay. Holiday Help. A guide for hope and healing.
Tom,
how to manage your dick.
Perfect. Did you go through the book library at the radio station? Is that what you did? Giving away presents.
Yeah.
So Tom, my point is you're absolutely right.
Hold on,
Sex,
because I know
boys,
I'm
and
right.
you.
I'm always right, but I do want to know what Lori got.
Sex, boys, and you.
Be your own best girlfriend.
Be your own best girlfriend. That's hilarious.
And do you see the subtitle on that one? Beads are the answer to your happiness.
But listen, Tom is right that it would make sense for us to fix the tax code, but it's not going to happen.
No, I understand that because
So
the government makes too much money off of it being broken.
So if you're not going to fix the root cause, you have to treat the symptoms. And the symptoms are that you have millions of people that cannot even get a hold of the federal government to help with the stuff that the federal government's creating. And their policies.
It's stupid.
Their policies.
It is stupid.
Their
put
policies.
a Band-Aid on an arterial bleed.
But
You were totally wrong, Dennis. Kevin needs the book that says how to manage your dick, and Tom needs restoring intimacy. There you go.
Yeah,
I fixed
to have
it.
an actual conversation.
I gave
Okay,
that
go
book to
ahead.
Kevin once, and he left it.
Because I don't want to learn how to manage it. It has a life of its own. It does what it
I'm trying to help you out, buddy.
Okay. Here's what I do. I look at it and say, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, what do you think? And then it does what it wants to do. Sometimes it makes a mess. Okay. So I'm just here. That's
a visual.
I am just.
It spits.
I am just the vehicle that pilots
Tom
that thing
swallows.
around.
Whoa, hold on. What?
Wait, say that over.
What?
I don't know what you're talking about.
My gate doesn't swing in that direction.
I know. I'm just. Yeah. Holiday help right there. Okay. Oh my God. You know, the only one that didn't hand the book back was Kevin.
We're working on video. That'll be probably next week. So
Yeah, just kind of
bear with us.
Kind of
Thank
cope
you.
with the video for now. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Maybe it would be better. I don't know. We'll talk about it later. Off air.
Yeah, we'll talk later.
But listen, Nancy says, Kevin, do you think those who answer the phone to the IRS actually understands the questions they are being asked so as to answer? And she said, hint, nope. Well, Nancy, that isn't, I'm going to disagree with you because I was one of those schmucks answering the phone call every day for 10 years, every work day for 10 years. In my area, I knew very well what I was supposed to do. Now, where you run into issues, and I was not in tax law, are when a taxpayer calls to ask tax law questions. And again, that gets back to Tom's point that the tax code is onerous and massive and flawed.
It's ridiculous.
And no person can be expected to answer those questions. It's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask me, if Paul said to me, hey, Kevin, I'm going to file my taxes. Can I claim Jocelyn, my stepdaughter, on my tax return? My answer would not be yes or no. It would be
depends.
You know what I mean? And
which is an undergarment worn by elderly people.
And then there's 50 different ways to answer that question based off a whole bunch of questions that you have to ask yourself to get there.
See, I could go ahead. I'm what, 3-4 sips of bourbon in, and I could write you a tax code right now that would make sense. You know, anyone under, you pick the number, $32,000, $35,000 a year, whatever the poverty level is. Anyone under that does not pay taxes. Period. Everyone else pays whatever the percentage is, 5%, 7%, whatever, after they pencil everything down. Done.
So no loopholes.
Nope.
No mortgage credits.
Nope. Done.
Earned income credit.
It's done.
No charitable.
You pencil everything down that is allowable by IRS regulation.
Tom, just on wages or investments?
What about tips?
So,
and my personal favorite, unrealized gains.
Yeah, no, unrealized gains are silly.
Hold on, let me ask Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. What do you think of unrealized gains?
Oh God.
Oh! You guys hear that? He said, "Yeah." He said, "Let me get something straight between us."
Yeah, Henry Longfellow says, if you want unrealized gains, you need Cialis or Viagra.
That's right. Yeah.
And I broke Paul.
Yes.
Second time tonight.
Damn, Paul! I didn't even wear my Christmas sweater, man.
You guys are fucking weird sometimes. I tell you what, man.
Listen, I'm just glad that I can finally refer to my Henry Wadsworth Longfellow on the show.
Nobody listening needs to know the pet name for your penis, dude.
Phil?
I was just thinking on the tax thing, too. I think it was last year, they increased the standard deduction, which basically means anything that first part doesn't, count towards your taxes, right? They say a side effect is it really discourages the charitable giving because, there's not as much of an incentive to charitably give.
Sure.
Because you're obviously being charitable, but because it's a benefit.
Could a rich dude could give a whole bunch of money to charitable and then lower that number so he has to pay less.
Yeah.
Which I actually liked the fact that people could do that because it encouraged charitable giving.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, that's fine. I mean,
honestly,
if you wanted to
shows how screwed up your libertarian ideas are.
Yeah. But if you wanted to give 100% of everything you made to the food bank or a homeless shelter or something,
to St. Paul Hip National Bank.
Sure. If you have the right 501c3 document.
What if I took in a wayward 24-year-old Ukrainian woman? Would that be a charitable donation?
That's called a mail order bride.
No. No.
That should be deductible.
Deduction, though.
A wayward 24-year-old Ukrainian woman.
Knowing you, Kevin, you'd probably be making some donations.
Yeah, well. All deposit, no withdrawal.
Did you see what? Did you see the chat that came through, or the comment that came through chat?
No.
Yeah, my aunt is calling me out saying that I don't know how I'm misbehaving.
Oh, well.
Well, here's what I will say.
How you doing, Nancy?
Yeah, right. So Trump has announced there are a couple of announcements that he made today,
and give where the source is coming from because it becomes automatically credible.
This one is J.D. Vance,
his verified X profile.
Yeah. Donald Trump has announced that all military members who were discharged for refusing the COVID mandate will be reinstated and receive full back pay along with a formal apology from the United States government.
And by the way, before anybody says that this has to go through Congress, it doesn't. He's the commander in chief of the armed forces. So,
quick question: how much money is that?
Well, it depends on your pay,
your
scale
rank, and your back pay.
And I don't have any idea. I know that when Hunter was going through his trials and tribulations, at one point, as much as 15% of the flight crews, basically pilots, different types of pilots, by the way. There's all different types of pilots, including drone pilots. they were not allowed to fly. They couldn't pass their flight physicals because of their status as a result of COVID.
Right.
So it could be a relatively high number. I mean, at one point it was scary because of you have to meet certain criteria in order to, in order to be deployable as a unit in the United States military. Right. And these were you had entire units that were non-deployable because their numbers dropped so low. So I think that's a really big deal. I think it sets a standard that I hope a lot of states follow. I know this one won't because our governor's a piece of crap. And he fired
or the incoming.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Both of them. Right. I mean, they're melted Hershey's on the same stick. Right.
Yeah.
And it.
Not going to argue.
Nope. I'm not going to go backwards. Go
Melted
forwards.
Hershey's. I like that.
Well, it was a way of stating you could shove something up your ass and whatever comes out still shit. So the idea.
Are you saying that about the beads too? I thought you liked them.
No. That's why you use a special jelly. Okay, we've been through this. Yes.
You really don't know how beads work, do you?
No, I don't. I don't use them. For the 10th time, stop asking me. I don't know if you're trying to get a visual, if you're trying to elicit a response.
I can't deal with you people.
All right, so there's one more. Trump declared enough is enough, and because you guys have heard that as of Tuesday, Tom Holman and Immigration and Customs Enforcement will begin, well, I mean, for lack of a better phrase, the Calgary Stampede, because there'll be a roundup. So I dig it, man. Talk about not wasting any time. Now, there's a couple of things for people to be aware of, right? First and foremost, they are only going after people that are here illegally that are a public hazard, right? People that have been convicted of other crimes. So that's the first thing to remember. Now, they've also been clear that if you are here illegally and you haven't committed a crime and you get wrapped up in a dragnet trying to catch somebody, it's just as likely that you will go bye-bye. So, Lori?
So when you say convicted, do you mean from another country?
Yes, if you're here illegally from Mexico and
crimes, but they haven't been convicted.
So it'll be both.
Okay.
Yep, it'll be both.
Thank you.
So I think that's important. The other part of that.
Can I ask a question? Why is that so hard for people?
What do you mean?
Why are there so many people that are like, I don't want to deport those people?
Well, that gets to the rest of this.
I just don't understand.
The name.
So
Jake and Riley.
Again, and this is coming from Vivek Ramaswamy. Trump has declared enough, and he plans to end all federal funding to sanctuary cities. Now, I hope that pertains to sanctuary states like this one as well.
Yeah.
Because Washington State, Inslee declared us a sanctuary state. Kitsap County has been declared a sanctuary county.
How much federal money do we get?
I don't know. I don't know the answers to those questions, but we should certainly look it up because, again, if our prison system right here in Port Orchard, if our jail says, oh, we've got these 3 illegals, and if you're Tom Holman and you're coming through with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, but these guys say, we're not going to cooperate.
Right.
So our way of not cooperating is turning this convicted killer or this convicted child molester, pedophile, whatever, we're going to put him back into we're going to let him go. You can go catch him at his house. These folks are choosing, right? Am I wrong about this?
I don't know.
They are making a choice, these cities and states are, to take these people that are deemed dangerous by their courts,
Right.
and they're putting them back into the civilian population, where it becomes incredibly much more difficult and dangerous.
Doesn't it also fall under obstruction of justice at the federal level? Potentially, because
I would, to me, in the most pure sense, yes. But yet, as we discussed, I think it was about a month ago when we looked up the federal statutes and the conflicts within them. There's enough of a buffer, I guess you could say, that people could argue the other way. I'm just doing my job, right? I mean, and at what point do we no longer accept that as a valid excuse? I'm just doing my job. Yep, didn't work for the fucking Nazis at Nuremberg, dumbass. Right? Like it is incredibly bothersome. I am thankful to Congress that they are passing the Lake and Riley Act. 45 I believe it was 45 Democrats voted in favor of that.
Yeah.
Which is wonderful. Of course, the 120 other ones that voted against it are garbage human beings. listen, all it is another tool. It's a way to help us find the people who shouldn't be here, that we don't want to have here, and that are a danger to our society and a danger to our culture, and remove them.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have like Maduro, right? He's threatening to. Did you guys know this? Did you know he's threatening to go to war with us?
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't scare me whatsoever.
Well, listen, it's not about scaring you. It doesn't scare me either. That's not the point, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this guy's threatening conflict, and honestly, I don't even really completely understand what his beef is. But like, dude, if you're gonna go out there and pick on the biggest, baddest dude on your block, you better have something to back that stick up. I'm not so sure he does. But he's got Cuba on his side.
Ooh,
yay!
They can't keep the power on right now.
Those dudes still drive cars made in the 50s, man.
And those cars are beautiful.
It's not the point, Tom.
Yeah,
not the point.
Cuba can't keep the power on right now. So Cuba's got issues.
Yeah.
Don't pick on their cars.
Well, here's the question though.
Last time they imported.
Is Venezuela part of BRICS?
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh no, not Venezuela.
I
Sorry.
don't
My
think
bad.
so, but I
think
don't
so.
know.
I mean, I could see them making noise to benefit China, i.e. Iran, i.e. Russia.
I think Mexico is becoming part of BRICS, but I don't believe Venezuela
Yeah,
is.
Mexico can kick BRICS.
Well, here's the interesting part. Once we annex Canada and Mexico,
And Greenland. Don't forget Greenland.
I mean, well, that's a whole nother story.
We're not going to annex Greenland. We're going to buy it. Yeah, whatever.
I saw some polls that came out.
Dude, do not knock that, because I think that's actually, of all of the things that Trump has BS'd his way through conversation about, I think that's the one that's got some traction.
Well, it could. I mean, there's less than 100,000 people in Greenland.
Tell me you would not buy a couple we could even take along Kevin. I think he could mostly keep up. We could go to Greenland and we could go mine rubies.
Well, listen,
they got rubies the size of them baseballs there, dude.
Some polls came out of Greenland from the residents in Greenland, because they'd have to approve it, and the polls show.
I mean, we'd like to think they'd want to approve it, but
the way that their agreement, their like governing agreement is with Denmark, is that if they were going to become a state, they'd have to approve it. If they were going to be transferred in power, they'd have to approve it. But the polls show favorability for them to side with the U.S.
Yes, because they feel they're treated very poorly by the nation of Denmark.
And why wouldn't they? I mean, if you look at Alaska and Hawaii, even though they're not part of the continental United States, they have very good quality of living. They have good wages.
Absolutely. And Denmark does not allow Greenland to mine its own minerals.
What?
You didn't know that? Yeah, it's part of the issue. There is so much wealth in Greenland. They could be one of the most wealthy per capita countries on Earth, but they are not allowed to mine their own resources. There was a young boy.
It's like nothing happens in Greenland.
Well, there was a young boy, because Donald Trump Jr. and Charlie Kirk and a couple others went over in an advanced crew.
Yeah.
And a little boy walked up and handed a huge ruby to Charlie Kirk. And he was like, well, what is with this red rock? It's pretty. He's like, it's a ruby. He's like, what? He's like, yeah, they're all over there in the mountains. All over. And he goes, but we're not allowed to mine them. We're not allowed to do anything with them. So here, take it. It's worthless to me.
Okay. Nancy sent over there BRICS countries, which is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, UAE, and Indonesia.
And you forgot Mexico.
And Mexico.
So what do you think, Kevin? Was it you finally saw The Princess Bride, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and
what?
Vizzini said, he got, what was it, Andre, from being unemployed in Greenland.
I don't remember.
Such a great economy, right?
I don't remember. That movie was so awful, I blacked out most of it.
What?
Yeah, Princess Bride was an awful movie.
This is why you're fucking single, Kevin.
Amazing.
You clearly have no taste in movies.
This fascination.
Princess Bride was phenomenal.
This fascination you guys have with that stupid schmarmy.
I do not think the words mean what he thinks they mean.
Awful, awful movie, man.
Wow.
I'm indeed. What is it?
Hey, he's never learned how to argue with a Sicilian. That's why you're always on the losing end of the show, brother.
Yeah. Inconceivable. Whatever. It's so dumb.
He fucking remembered that line. Kevin remembered a line from that movie.
You ever seen The Boondock Saints?
No, I have not.
Oh, another cult
Here's
classic.
the deal. It's Paul's fault. I've asked 100 times for us to organize a watch party for Boondock Saints, and I'd watch it.
I will organize one.
And Paul always says,
That's the first place you learn about the rule of thumb, right, Phil? Yes, the rule of wrist.
I'm just saying, I've offered to do it, and Paul's always said we'll do it.
Do you know what the rule of thumb was?
No.
It meant that a man could not use a stick bigger than his thumb
to beat his wife. No, his wife.
It was wife. Yeah,
now a woman, his wife.
And that's why the guy came back and says, well, what about the rule of wrist? Anyway, that's a total cult classic, man. And of all the people I thought would appreciate a cult, I thought it would be you.
I mean, I'll watch it. I just haven't seen it yet.
I mean, I could
Princess
totally
Bride
see
was
you like. Could you guys not see Kevin in a cult, like being the cult leader? He'd have like 30 to 40 women followers. Right? Am I wrong?
Wait, you call
Am
that
I
a cult?
wrong?
You call that a cult? I call that Tuesday.
A sex cult.
Anyway,
Maybe a sex cult.
Tuesday.
Well,
Tuesday.
all you got to do is
Tuesday.
convert to Mormonism. Speaking of Mormonism, have you guys seen the show that is incredibly popular right now on Netflix?
Wait, I thought we were talking national stuff.
We are. I'm just bringing up the story. Just shut.
What's the name of the Netflix?
It's called American Medieval. Or
No, I haven't.
So it is a. I had to look it up because I found it very fascinating. So it's a mini series. It's 6 parts, and it's based on a series of circumstances. There's a woman and her child that are trying to make their way across through from Arkansas to Oregon. Okay, and
That's a haul.
Well, during the course, there's this.
Hold on. Set the stage. What time frame is this?
Oh, is the
contemporary?
1840s?
Oh, okay.
1840s,
Okay.
early
Oh, okay,
1850s.
okay.
During the time frame, and I didn't even know this, but I knew parts of this. I didn't, but the series really put it in perspective for me. So the United States government was at odds with Brigham Young, who was the governor of the Utah Territory at the time, and Brigham Young had we'll call it a loose association because that's how it was kind of set up, right? With the Mormon, basically the Mormons had their own military. They had their, and well, there was an event that occurred called the Something Meadows Massacre, where 120 people were massacred by the Mormons. And so I was like, holy cow, did they really do that? Anyway, so I looked it up and found out that it was all true. The story, of course, is not true, but that event that the story was based around was. So fascinating. We just realized that true history is much more interesting than we give it credit for.
Yes, that's a fair statement.
Yeah, I mean it's because I don't think. Don't get me wrong. That does not reflect members of the Mormon religion today, right? This is a very different time.
Does it? Maybe it does. I
don't think members of the Mormon religion are looking to go out and massacre people at all.
Well,
maybe
unless they're part of Warren Jeff's God Squad.
That's a whole nother story. That dude's weird.
Right?
There's a prediction.
Get rid of all the boys.
We might see some winter weather on Friday, by the way.
Yeah.
You mean
I'm a little
Monday?
excited.
You mean like tomorrow?
No, like Friday.
Oh, tomorrow we're supposed to have some
cold temperatures, but
nasty
no
cold
snow.
weather.
No snow, though. I want snow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about snow. Yeah, maybe in the forecast, but I know the severe weather shelters are open through Tuesday right now.
Yeah, they just issued a severe cold weather alert in Kitsap
Snow
County.
is completely unnecessary.
Apparently, they're talking long-term forecast of like 4 inches of snow along the Gulf Coast of like Texas.
Wow.
Yep.
Snow.
Well, I follow Tyler Phillips.
Completely unnecessary here.
I follow Tyler Phillips. He does Kitsap County weather, and he's predicted that at the end of January, early February, there could be a trough moving in from Canada.
That was a guy that was completely wrong about the freaking hurricane that I got all ready to go and then nothing. I didn't even have a branch on my lawn. But anyway, I don't blame him. It's not his fault.
Nancy said there's a sex cult. Whenever somebody says sex cult, I'm automatically interested.
I bet.
Nancy says there's a sex cult where women were required to get a tattoo of the guy's initials. Several celebrities were charged with.
Oh yeah, she's talking about Keith Raniere.
Yeah.
Yep, and the oh my gosh, what was that called? It was something Irium.
Nerium, I think it was.
Could have been Nerium, something like that.
No, you guys talk about
Keith Raniere.
You guys talk about tattoos like they're such a big deal.
Well, he was making the women get his initials branded, and they were like upside down, right in their groin areas, and they were using soldering irons to brand each other.
That's not a tattoo. That's a brand.
Oh Jesus Christ!
That's
okay.
a very different thing.
Okay.
And
all right.
why damage a perfectly good soldering iron? Seriously.
That's all I can say is that's where your mind went with that.
Wow.
And I'm okay with tattoos.
I don't know, man. I don't know nobody touching my thighs.
Once you get, I've made mistakes and burned myself. And then the solder, you got to clean the dang thing. Gee, don't do that to your solder knife. Take care of your tools.
I'm good with tattoos. I'm good with piercings, but we can keep the branding for the cows.
Right? Yeah.
No brands. Thank you.
I'm there with you, man. I'm there with you.
Hey, I know there's fraternities that do it, but
Fraternities?
I'm reading about this.
Yeah, they'll
brand you?
Yeah. It's a big deal to wear the brand of your frat if you went through some Greek
Brand,
system.
not tattoo.
Not tattoo, brand.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's not enough that you give your life savings over to go to school, but then
no.
get branded.
Yeah, you get a little coat hanger and you fold it into your Greek letter, and then you
KMA
heat it up with a
me.
torch and go to town.
That's why I didn't rush.
So you guys know that there are some interesting situations that have arisen. a report on the news, and then it's like bing, 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 and we have breaking news: Trump just chewed his gum. And so they were pointing out. I mean, SNL, right? They're a left organization, but they went out of their way to make fun out of how ridiculous MSNBC is with regards to their, everything Trump does. They report on it like it's a major story.
Yeah,
and so that anyway, that's how it was pretty amazing.
Hey, our feed's back.
Is it back?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you look like you got really good video on there, man.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, better than it looked earlier. It was really choppy and stuff earlier, but that looks pretty good.
That's what she said.
Well, now, Kevin, why do you got to take every comment and degrade it into a sexual connotation?
It's part of the joy of who I am.
A text telling us that the internet is misbehaving still?
Well, it may be.
Oh, because I'm monitoring our show off of the cell grid. I'm not connected to any.
I didn't do that either.
Any Wi-Fi anywhere. Okay.
Okay. Perfect. So, and Phil, we're right up against the top of the hour too. Just so you know where we're at time wise. About 2 minutes. Yeah.
See, I got one listed here. T-Mobile says very fast. That's all it says. T-Mobile right here. Very fast.
I think that's Tom's T-Mobile. That's not ours.
Yeah.
Ours is Outlaw Radio.
Was it
yes,
105B? Yeah, that's Black Ring Spirits.
Gotcha. So you have good internet here in your shop. So if people want to come in here and sit down and taste the merchandise.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. After the remodel, I'm going to have guest Wi-Fi all set up and stuff.
Nice.
And yeah, we'll have, we're going to have kind of a cool little, I think I have some cool ideas for the tasting room. Because
you have some great ideas.
Yeah.
You
I do.
think you know.
Yeah. It's going to shrink a bit, but I think it's going to be kind of cool when it's done.
So when we come back.
Can we talk about TikTok?
Absolutely. We can talk about TikTok.
Little TikTok?
We can next hour we will talk about TikTok.
Tiki-talkie.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. We're coming back. It's Outlaw Radio. Hour number 2 is in the books. Hour number 3 around the corner. We're back after this on the Outlaw Radio Network.
Outlaw Radio Network.
From BlackRingSpirits.com. Yeah.
From the Black Ring Spirit Studio.
Yeah. From the Black Ring Studio? Black Ring Spirit Studio.
Yeah, Black Ring Spirit Studio.
Perfect.
That's what I said.
Are you ready to add a touch of sensuality to your life? Introducing Lori's Beads, your ultimate destination to tantalizing treasures. Explore our exquisite collections of handcrafted beads from bold and daring to delicate and alluring. Whether you're a seasoned pro or a curious beginner, Lori's Beads have everything you need to spice up your intimate moments. Discover your hidden desires and let your fantasies come to life with Lori's Beads. Visit us online or in store today. Lori's Beads. Unleash the passion within.
Admin a la carte are specialized local experts committed to helping you run your small business. From general admin and sales support to marketing, digital media and technology to real estate and compliance. Admin a la carte's only goal is to take your business to the next level. Find out how Admin a la carte can elevate your business. Visit admin-alacarte.com for more information. That's admin-alacarte.com. Admin a la carte. Your business doesn't fit into a box. Why should you have to?
Are you ready to elevate your spirits? Look no further than Black Ring Spirits, your local craft distillery nestled in Town Square Mall. Indulge in the smooth richness of our handcrafted spirits, meticulously distilled to perfection. Whether you prefer the bold kick of our bourbon or the subtle sophistication of our gin, Black Ring Spirits has something for every palate. Visit us today at Town Square Mall and experience the essence of true craftsmanship. Black Ring Spirits, where passion meets perfection, unconventionally traditional.
This is the Outlaw Radio Network.
K-Dog, a man in love with his own voice. St. Paul, the self-proclaimed voice of reason. Here to have the conversation.
All right, everybody. We're back in the Black Ring Spirit Studio. Hour number 3 underway. Paul and Tom, check this out, guys. Listen. Paul and Tom both went to use the bathroom together. I think I saw them holding hands as they walked to the restroom. Did you see that, Phil?
Oh, I noted. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just making sure.
We're just, there was other words, and we should get some good comments in here. Come on, folks. Give us some good comments. We'll read the comments.
Yeah. Give us some
It'll be
comments
fun.
give us some comments about what you think it means that Paul and Tom went to use the restroom together.
Yeah.
And we're holding hands on their way there. All right. Outlaw Radio Network. Terry said, are we trying to say that Tom and Paul are gay? I didn't say that. You did. I mean, I'm going to let them know that you called them that. I don't assume those things. It's none of my business. All right, Paul and Tom back with us as we're kicking off hour number 3 of the first broadcast down here at the Black Ring Spirit Studio. K-Dog, Black Tom, St. Paul, Lori, Phil, Dennis. Yes, sir?
I was going to say, new paradigm. Is it a broadcast or is it a vodcast? Video on demand.
That's a great question. That's a great question. We'll come up with cool terms and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, we'll come up with cool... Kind of cool terminology for word. This is going to take some time. Margie said, I said, can a fun get a what? Margie, I don't even understand what you're asking. I don't know. Terry wants to know if Paul and Tom are gay. That's what Terry wants to know. Terry then said, I think Paul and Tom need to come out of the closet. And Kevin said they seem happy. So there you
No,
go. We all just thought it was interesting you two went to the restroom together. That's all.
Well, it's kind of like when high school girls go to the restroom in a herd. I don't think they're gay. I don't think they're gay. I mean, we just both happen to have to use the facility.
There's a lot of adult movies that start off that way, though.
No, that's fair. I mean, there's a lot of adult movies that start off with the pizza delivery boy.
There's also a lot of horror movies that start off that way too.
That's true.
And the pizza delivery boy.
But the question is, did he get his $2?
Right. I want my $2 back.
Is this another movie?
What
Kevin
was that?
hasn't
Better
seen?
Off Dead?
Yeah.
$2. I want my $2.
All right, so let's
We're
talk about
fucking weird, man.
So TikTok's back.
Yes.
TikTok was offline for about 12 hours or so, give or take, and then TikTok came back. Donald Trump issued a whole bunch of online statements that he was gonna save TikTok. And
here's what's the interesting part about that? He ain't president yet.
Oh, I have interesting feedback for TikTok too.
Yeah. What do you have to say?
So
for yourself?
I not for myself. I have someone very close to me in my life that is pretty left, and TikTok appeals to the pretty left, chunk of the population. Now that Trump has come and said, no, I think I'm going to give TikTok 90 days and, we'll figure out how to divest it from China or whatever. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the lefties aren't interested in TikTok anymore. They're all going to Red Note.
Well, and Red Note is the Chinese version of TikTok. Am I correct? I don't know for sure.
No,
but
it's
I'm
a
asking.
different social media platform because TikTok is basically Chinese.
Are they sure they want Red Note, not Blue Sky?
No, it's Red Note because
Red Note's
it's
different
Chinese
one,
based.
They're okay with Red?
It's Chinese.
It's also the Republican.
So it says Red Note, a Chinese app, is dominating downloads. Right, and so but it's like TikTok. So it's just in a different. And listen, I don't understand why.
It's kind of like Instagram is like Facebook.
Yeah, and isn't in a lot of ways TikTok and Instagram similar? In a lot of ways, what's the difference between the two?
One's owned by Zuckerberg and one's owned by China.
Yeah, that I get, but what's the difference between them? Why do we?
That is the difference.
Then why do we need TikTok if we have Instagram?
Because TikTok is global and it allows you to plug into a chunk of the global population.
Okay, well, I know Lori knows a lot about plugging in. So what do you mean about what?
I heard Lori starts it like a chainsaw.
You are not using the beads the right way.
Wow. Are you guys jealous or what? Jeez. Anyway.
Going straight to hell
Lori,
for that one.
I'm uber jealous. I'd love to have round things shoved up my back. Jesus God. Go ahead, guys.
If they're not in yours and you're the one removing them, you do not pull them out like you're starting a lawnmower.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Etiquette, man. Etiquette.
Now, don't you start the lawnmower like with the button?
I do not.
Electric start?
I do not. I pull that's how I start my car, my EV, but that's not how I start my lawnmower. My lawnmower burns gas.
So content. So yes, TikTok versus Facebook. According to Copilot, the Microsoft AI.
Yeah, I heard that's a pretty good program.
It works all right. It talks about TikTok being primarily short form video content, 15 seconds to 3 minutes. It talks about Facebook.
You mean like
variety
Instagram?
Of formats. Yeah. What's that?
You mean like Instagram?
Yeah, like It goes on to talk about the interactions. Users interact mainly through likes, comments, and shares. Facebook tends to be, I guess, the same.
You mean
But
like
look,
Instagram?
Here's my question. It seemed like the TikTok ban was universally accepted by both sides of the aisle.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the few things that Republicans and Democrats actually agreed about, right? We need to shut this down. There's too much data being shared with the Chinese government. It can be used against us later. Blah, blah, blah. Okay? So what changed? Why are we worried about an app that is predominantly used by 15-year-old kids?
But that's the misconception because there's actually quite a few like small home-held businesses that are making between $1.5 and $2.5 million a year, and they're using
ton of people making a lot of money on TikTok.
Right. Exactly. A shit ton of American citizens making money like small business style.
Yes, but they've had 270 days though to divest themselves from the app. If they here's what I don't understand.
Here's the problem with that though.
Well, hold on. TikTok came out and said we want to thank President Trump for certain assurances. But it was a law that fucking went into effect. He ain't president yet. So how the hell could Trump's assurances do anything? Because the law said they had to be off air by 12:01 a.m. last night.
So here's what happened.
And they were actually.
Donald Trump came out
Yes,
and
they
said,
were.
Donald Trump came out and said, I'm going to sign an executive order.
Yeah, it's like a 90-day reprieve or something.
And I'm going to direct all of the department heads to not enforce the ban. So at that point, all the, Apple, Google, all the places that hosted the app and allowed access to the app basically said, well, if you're not going to hold us accountable to it, the Biden administration won't be able to do anything within 24 hours because he's about to leave the White House. So we're going to go ahead and fire it back up. So Donald Trump they didn't pass a law. Trump just said,
the Supreme Court ruled on it.
Right. But then Donald Trump said, I'm going to direct my agency heads not to enforce anything with it. And they said, well, if you're not going to enforce it.
So basically they're willfully violating the law at least for 24, 48 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like longer than that because he's still going to have to.
Well, no, he's signing 200 executive orders on day one. Trust me, if he wanted to do something Monday, he could.
Mm-hmm.
Lilat said so much misinformation about TikTok. Lilat, give us some more information. Because I don't use TikTok. And quite frankly, if it is a security risk, like if there is too much information being gathered by the Chinese that can be used against us, then I don't care how many American citizens are making money off of it. That would be like saying, well, American citizens are making money off of the gas that's being sold to the Germans to gas the Jews. Do we really want to stop that? Because think of all the money they're going to lose. I don't care. If it's not good for the country, it's not good for the country.
I have heard, although and some people recorded some video, that it's the Israeli lobby that has pushed to oust TikTok because there was too much pro-Palestinian Palestinian information that was going out.
That is a
over
huge
TikTok.
part of the TikTok.
So
Palestine and Israel.
Well, I think that there is some validity to that, and the reason I believe there's validity to that is because listen, China ain't gonna let you put stuff about Uyghurs on there.
Nope.
Okay, so this whole that's it. It was the Israeli lobby. Blah blah blah. That's bullshit. But even if it is right, it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And if you're Israel, I understand you're going, hey, I don't need 15-year-olds going home and making trouble for their parents because they saw a damn TikTok video that was a full-throated lie, right? But but you either believe in free speech or you don't.
Right.
You either do or don't. Yeah, Lori?
And also, Lila brought up a good point. Facebook, Instagram, who owns that? Meta, who owns that? Zuckerberg.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're just giving free monopoly over to Zuckerberg, and TikTok is something that breeds competition against him.
So, which is why I would be listen.
Zuckerberg's against.
If it could be purchased,
available.
Because right now, I know one of the folks that's trying to purchase it
Mr.
is Kevin
Beast.
O'Leary.
Oh, Mr. Beast is too.
He very well may. I mean, that dude's loaded all in
I
his
know.
own right. Right?
I think it'd be hilarious if Mr. Beast got
There,
it.
there is also a myriad of other social media platforms out there. I mean, there's Facebook, there's X, there's Snapchat.
There is. You're right about all that.
Yeah, I mean, and the list goes on and on.
I don't want to see TikTok go away because, like I said, you either believe in free speech or you don't. I'm all for free speech. I understand the Israeli lobby wanting to limit it because of the pro-Palestinian information that was going on. Look, those are things that when you're a country, when you're a nation, when you're a people, you have to deal with. Shutting off free speech is not the answer.
Amen.
Agreed.
So while I understand it, but people don't make any bones about it. All right? If Xi Jinping says, I don't want anti-China stuff going out there on TikTok, it ain't going out on TikTok.
No.
So don't confuse yourselves thinking that one's okay and the other one isn't. Now, having said that, we can't escape this. You either believe in free speech or you don't. But the Chinese government does need to divest themselves from ownership in TikTok due to the information that they are gathering on U.S. citizens.
Actually,
and anybody, I'm going to bring this up in a bit because it's this hour, right?
Okay. Well,
let me finish, Tom. Let me finish, and I will give you the floor, my friend.
Because I just want to go back to a point you made.
Okay, that's fine.
Tom, you're starting to sound like Lori.
I know my greatness, and I know there's a lot of things I said that are going to want to be discussed. So here's the point. China is gathering information from TikTok about users, where they go, what they like, who are their friends' contact information. They are gathering all of that information. Now, if you have a problem with that, it has to be because you recognize the threat China poses to the United States and other Western nations on a global scale. Do they? Contrary to Tom's belief, yes, they do. And in fact, I'm going to
you misunderstand me. But carry on.
Okay. It was explained to me yesterday in such an amazing way that I actually finally understood what was meant by China and the economic situation and the things that are going on with Taiwan. Okay? You say, Tom, and you're one of many people, hundreds of people, thousands, maybe even millions that say China is too intricately linked to the rest of the world and Taiwan, and their economy isn't doing well, therefore China will do nothing.
They will do nothing directly.
Now let me get to what was explained to me yesterday.
Because they'll still do stupid shit like launch balloons and that kind of stuff.
Okay, you less of this.
Yeah.
Let me listen for just a second.
Carry on.
For just a second.
Carry on.
But here's what I didn't understand. Is when you look at China's spending on the military side of things, China's economy right now is not doing well. The answer or the question then becomes, why isn't China doing well right now? And because China isn't doing well, China won't risk that by causing any problems, by ruffling up any feathers. What I was informed about and learned about yesterday was that is indeed the wrong line of thinking, and it is not correct. In fact, China's economy is not doing well right now because they are spending so much on military spending in a buildup, because they are literally building up their military, which is affecting their economy.
Well, they've also built their economy on a house of cards.
And
for sure,
I would like to add to Paul's point. If China's not going to come after us militarily, they certainly are gathering the data for the highest bidder.
Yes.
Who wants to come after us militarily.
Yeah, because
they're looking at whoever's doing TikToks, wherever you are location-wise, they're mapping that. They're geocoding that. And they're looking at the dimensions. They're looking at the height of whoever's in the TikTok. They're looking at everything. Any type of weakness that they can exploit or that they can sell to the highest bidder.
And I would almost promise you, I would bet a whole lot on this, because we see China buying massive plots of farming land within the United States near military bases.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think for one second that China wouldn't have some of their folks make videos just like they did pro-Palestinian, anti-Israeli videos, that if the United States and China were close to conflict or engaged in conflict of some sort, that you wouldn't see a flood on their media sites like TikTok, anti-United States propaganda? I absolutely we would. And they would know how to push those buttons. So there we go. I've said my piece. Okay, Tom, I give you the floor, my friend. All right, that's enough. All right, moving on. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No,
go ahead, Tom.
So I really don't disagree with you, right? So China will
Hold on. Say that one more time.
I do not disagree with you.
Show's over.
Okay. China will not misbehave militarily.
Okay.
They can't do it and be successful.
I don't disagree with you on that, actually.
But China will certainly go ahead and ruffle feathers and get into things that they shouldn't be getting into.
So you do now finally acknowledge that China's capable of going to war against the United States over Taiwan?
They will not go to war
That's
with
not what
the
I
United
asked you.
States over Taiwan.
They
will not. They cannot. They know they can't be successful militarily.
Oh boy!
That
I think
doesn't mean they can't be subversive.
Successful enough.
No, they can't.
I do believe you are mistaken.
Yeah,
but I can explain that. I can justify my position.
They can't reap the aftermath of it. They won't do it.
I mean, I want to believe what you are saying.
Yeah, they will not survive the aftermath of misbehaving with regard to Taiwan.
I think every time we talk about China, I almost heard Kevin snoring over here.
It is possible.
So Tom and I are very much on the same wavelength about China.
Okay. Well, and I will explain to the two of you, and I know Phil wants to say something. I will explain to the two of you, because you brought up a good point, Tom. You said China cannot be successful against the United States if they go for Taiwan. Militarily, yes.
Right.
I will explain why I believed that too. I now no longer believe that. But I know Phil had something he wanted to say.
Your mic's not on. There you go.
Hey, I can use this stuff. Now I'm wondering, are we starting to see the government doing a better job of helping protect people's, like the consumer data, which is TikTok has an element of that.
For sure.
Your data. I don't know if anyone saw the recent thing where GM is on a 5-year ban from disclosing consumer, personal data through OnStar, where they would driving habits.
What happened there?
So the FTC, they got an agreement. So they're basically banned from disclosing consumer-sensitive geolocation and driver behavior data to consumer reporting agencies, like insurance companies, credit agencies, and because they were doing that, but they didn't do it in a way where they properly disclosed what they were doing. So
they were giving out personal data about their customers to insurance companies and others?
Basically.
Sorry, I'm on a witch hunt against insurance companies. I do not excuse Mangione shooting a dude and murdering him. Let's get that straight. But insurance companies are shit.
Yeah, but everything's for sale.
Remember,
agreed.
Things are being regulated in such a way that it forces the market. To go back to California, people are like, "Hey, I couldn't renew my insurance."
Yep.
Yeah, because California said you can't make a fair market product based on the risk assessment.
Yeah, it's amazing how much people don't realize that a state insurance commissioner can control a lot of that information.
Go back 28 years. I still remember 20 years ago, I could have a catastrophic plan.
Seriously?
When I was a kid.
Dude, I don't remember 8 years ago.
Well, sounds like a personal problem. So, and then, the commissioner was like, okay, we're going to require more things. Then this is well before the Unaffordable Care Act, right? You could just, pay $25-$30 a month and it would cover the, major hospitalizations. It still had a high deductible, but it was like inexpensive. You just pay for your office visits.
Yeah.
Back then, you could go see the doctor for like $30. It was cheap.
Oh, yeah.
Now everything's involved. Can you imagine if your oil changes were through your insurance? Oh, you want to get your oil change? Well, do you have insurance coverage to get that done? Oh, you want to get new wiper blades too? It would be nuts.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be. And that's a whole nother conversation. Although I still would really like to get somebody on. And there was a guy that ran for a state insurance commissioner. We should try to reach out for him. His name escapes Anthony Welty.
Mm-hmm.
We had him on a few years ago. He ran for state insurance commissioner and
I
lost.
was his assistant, campaign manager.
Oh, okay.
Would you like me to reach out to him?
I would love to talk to him because it's a great conveation because I think the insurance industry as a whole has gotten just
he had some
fucking
really
corrupt as shit.
The insurance
really
industry is.
I would love to have a conversation. That'd be a good hour conversation.
Okay.
The insurance industry is a pile of dog shit
Yeah,
because
I agree.
politics got involved and said you must have insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah, deregulate that nonsense, and insurance will go back to being what it's supposed to be.
I realized years ago, before I was really into politics, how much power certain groups could have down in Olympia when they made it so that way every vehicle, if you got pulled over and you didn't have a driver's license, instant tow. Right, and at that point, I forget who I was talking to at the time, but they were like, "Oh yeah, all that came about as a result of the tow truck lobby group," and I'm like, "Damn, they just got themselves a big old pay raise, didn't they?"
And if you run a tow company, why wouldn't you lobby for what's in your best interest?
Right, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that idea. With if you're caught driving without a license, I mean, okay, we all agree that you have to have a driver's license to operate a motor
we don't
vehicle.
all agree about that. I mean, we do here probably, but
yes,
sovereign citizens will disagree with you.
Yeah, but some of those people are a little odd.
Kooky,
and they were only traveling.
Yeah, only traveling. Yeah.
Now, what about the requirement to have insurance for what you could do to others versus some other states do it differently. They'll be you need to have insurance to insure your interest.
Yeah, I think that's part of the debate that should occur, right? But in Washington State, that debate not only did not get to occur, they now punish you if you try to do the right thing in this state. When my wife had her head injury, she didn't drive. We obviously dropped insurance on her vehicle because she wasn't driving, right? A year later, we go to renew it. She starts to start driving again, and they doubled her insurance because her insurance was canceled.
Because it had lapsed, yeah.
And it was just like, she wasn't driving. Doesn't matter. Our state law allows us to do this, so we are charging you double. She had to pay double the insurance rate for 6 months. Yeah. That's theft.
I guess I like my agent, and then of course my latest agents, they still do the same thing. I just put it in storage and it makes it like a $5 a month.
Yeah.
It's got a little, like if something happened to the car wherever it's at, it's got a little bit of coverage, but it's not for driving. It's stored.
Yeah. Well, when your wife's dealing with a head injury, that's not the first thing on top of your mind.
That's why you got to have a good agent who just takes care of you.
Yeah, I would have a hard time. I've dealt with so many insurance. And listen, and I work with insurance agents, adjusters frequently, right? Mm-hmm. They're dirty little shits for the most part.
I haven't met one that wasn't.
It's and like you, the one that I most frequently see it with, roofs.
Oh yeah,
they're the worst with roofs.
Horrible.
And
foundations.
I haven't had to deal with one on a foundation issue yet, but I've dealt with them all on a roof. I did a huge job for a church. It should have been a $4,000 or $5,000 job repairing some water damage, right? And as we found, the dormers, the way that it was all built, water was running down. Long story short, the way that it was built, water was collecting in a certain area. There were 6 dormers, and we found the damage on one dormer.
6?
Yeah, and we found the damage on one dormer, and we thought, okay, that was it.
Roofline.
Well, guess what? If we ended up finding it on all 6, and all 6 had to be repaired, they were rotting. From the outside in. We had to basically rebuild 6 dormers on this church, just me and my brother, one at a time. And the insurance refused to cover it because it had happened over a long period of time. But the point that we told them was, but as soon as we saw it, we had the church call, right? But again, they declined it because it happened over a long period of time. Well, it's 2 stories up. Mm-hmm. This is a church where nobody's under the age of 70. Nobody's getting up there to see this. Nobody's going to see any of that stuff.
No one's inspecting that stuff.
Nothing. And the guy, the insurance guy that came out to lose, was a younger guy. We had a good conversation. He was like, "Ma'am, you know that they're going to decline this." I'm like, "Well, no, I don't know that. That's why they had insurance, and that's why they're putting in this claim.
Yeah, and that's why you're here.
Yeah." And he's like, "Well, but it happened. It's happened over a long period of time." And I'm like, listen, dude, whether that happened as a result of a massive storm that came in, I mean, I understand your policies and procedures on it, but to me, it's criminal that they have an opportunity to get away with that stuff because you have insurance to cover that kind of stuff.
But the argument I make to that is businesses don't go into business to give away money.
Correct.
They go into business to make money.
Correct. So but there's lots of ways insurance companies make money. When they collect all that money and they have it in interest-bearing accounts, they then invest that money.
They do, but they look at that money as theirs.
Yes.
And so the idea of paying it back out in services that they should that's why having mandatory insurance is wrong.
I don't disagree.
Right.
I don't disagree, but that's part of the conversation we can have with Anthony Welty.
Yeah, so if you deregulate insurance and just make it an optional thing, insurance companies will step in the
Here's
line
the problem
and they will give proper service.
Right. But isn't the problem with that you'd have people driving that are not financially responsible. They go out and get into an accident, wreck somebody's vehicle. Somebody has to go to the hospital, but then that person there's no coverage. They don't get.
That's what the civil court system's for.
Yeah, but the civil court system don't help somebody who's sitting in a hospital trying to recover. And then all the bills get put on that person.
Yeah, life sucks. Wear a helmet.
Man, you're basically a bastard. But I mean, okay. I mean, I'm not. I get what you're saying. I just ask that you recognize there's another side to that argument.
No, I understand that completely. But to be fair to everybody,
let me give you a really good one on insurance. Have you guys seen the guy? He's an African American gentleman who does commercials for the insurance company that he works for, and he's like, everybody's approved. You get locked in for the price. It never changes. It's $9.99. Have you seen that guy, Kevin?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was really curious. I'm like, what the hell kind of insurance? Like, my wife and I have a pretty good life insurance policy. But he's like, this life insurance policy, everybody gets approved. Your price never changes, and prices start at $9.99 a month.
Mm-hmm.
Can you take a guess as to what kind of coverage you get for $9.99 a month?
$100,000.
$100,000. That's about what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
$100,000, right? No. What do you think? You think it's $5,000, Phil? Or $50,000? You hold up.
I was just say 50.
50,000? 5,000? What do you think for $9.99 a month?
50.
50,000?
Yeah.
All right, 50,000. All right, so I called him up. For every $9.95, you get one segment of their insurance. The segment of insurance is worth $1,500.
Wow.
What?
$1,500. You know, it would, like, in 10 years, for fuck's sakes, man, put the money in your savings account.
Yeah.
Some kind of an interest-bearing account.
Yes, any kind of interest-bearing. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I called him up, right? And the guy's like, I'm like, dude, this is such a scam. He's like, no, it's our top seller. I'm like, yeah, because you sell them what? At $1,500, right? That's not enough to pay for your funeral, for fuck's sakes, right?
Yep.
Or anything else. People need at least $15,000 to $20,000 to have a funeral anymore. So let's just say somebody buys 15, 3, 6, 9. Let's just say they get $9,000 worth, no, $15,000 worth, right? At $1,500, that's 10. That's $100 a month for $15,000 worth of coverage.
Yeah,
you could pay that off in 10 years.
That's garbage.
It's a ripoff,
Yeah.
an absolute ripoff, because my life insurance policy is $250,000, and my wife and I pay like $90 a month.
Yeah.
So, like, it's just crazy, man. My wife got a really good plan, man. She pays less than I do, and she's got a $500,000 policy. So, but that's because she's a woman. She got tits.
I would say you're a guy.
I mean, I got tits, but
really, yeah,
hers are bigger.
You're a guy over.
She got hers on sale.
Yeah, you guys
buy one get one free.
You got moobs, man.
Yeah,
dude,
you're a guy over 50. Your life insurance is gonna be expensive.
First of all, that's none of your business if I'm over 50. I told you no in the bathroom, and then we're leaving it at that. Moving on. Now, moving on. Right now. Kevin, moving on.
Where are we going?
It's really awkward right now. Tom was staring at me in the bathroom.
I want Tom to talk more. Go ahead, Tom. What were you saying about Paul?
I hate you. You're off the Christmas list, Kevin. Don't touch me. Oh, God.
Handsome man. Hey, my nipples are covered.
Jesus Christ, Margaret.
Tom, tell him what I told you to wear tonight.
My nipples are covered.
Tom, tell him what I told you to wear tonight.
Thank you, Tom.
He wanted me to wear my Christmas sweater again.
Well, I thought you were a bastard. He's a freak. Oh, Lord.
Don't believe for a second.
I don't know how you live with him, Dennis.
I do not care, Paul.
I know you don't care, Kevin. The world knows you don't care.
Are you talking about you don't know how Dennis lives with me?
Yeah, because you freaky weird.
What are you talking about? Freaky weird.
I can picture poor Dennis sitting at the coffee table in the morning, just sipping on his coffee. Tom comes walking by, butt ass naked or wearing a banana hammock, and I could just see you doing that in your own freaking house, dude. Tell the world you don't walk around in a banana hammock in your own house.
Okay, I do.
He
not.
walks around buck
I do
naked.
not walk around in a banana hammock.
He's like I don't wear anything when I walk around.
Yeah, he walks around buck naked. Tom walks around buck ass naked.
Yeah. You do, don't you, Tom? Don't lie about it.
Dennis is wearing those things on his face like what horses wear to keep their eyes only.
You mean blinders?
Forward. Yeah, blinders. Yeah. Did you hear the number of people that
Dennis, you need to come.
Are we finally moving on, Kevin? Like I asked you 5 minutes
like
ago?
Explain to these two yahoos that they. Oh, he's not helping.
No, he's not on a microphone. It doesn't count. All right. Go ahead, Kevin.
I was just going to say that people are complaining that not very many people showed up to protest Trump's inauguration.
So
hasn't happened yet.
Well, it's tomorrow.
But they're there. I mean, they're there. They're on site. They're rallying.
Do you guys believe that Trump is due criticism for moving the inauguration indoors?
No.
No, you guys
it's
think
gonna be freaking cold outside.
Yeah, I don't know how cold, but I heard it's going to be cold, like single digits or something. I heard.
I'll tell you what the high temperatures.
Hey, the PNW is supposed to have a nasty cold snap that starts tomorrow.
Yeah, but it's still only going to be in the upper 20s.
The high temperature in DC tomorrow will be 26.
So it'll be 26 degrees?
Yeah.
We're not going to be much warmer than that.
But you're going to have people out there for hours.
26 is cold, dude.
Well, with the wind.
I
think it's smart.
Yeah, I get icicles hanging out of my nose.
Well, there are thousands of people in DC right now that went there for this inauguration to be able to see the parade and everything. They're not even doing the parade, from what I understand. And the inauguration will be inside, and then it'll be simulcast. And listen, some people, Rachel Maddow, man, she was really critical of him.
Mm-hmm.
And
surprise,
her criticism was, Donald Trump is trying to wait, I'm sorry, I got to do my Rachel Maddow voice. Donald Trump was trying to really show a lot of that masculine energy, and this really detracts from it because he, cold. Sorry.
But if he had,
how was that for Rachel Maddow voice? Okay,
if he'd still had it outside,
yeah, they'd have been
Rachel
criticizing
Maddow would have been criticizing that about putting people.
He's trying to kill his people that are living. Yeah, exactly.
Phil,
absolutely.
I was going to say, do they just want to maybe imprison the weather for chilling the
chilling effect.
Yeah.
Terrible joke.
Or maybe you can't get the weather, but maybe the weather people.
The weather people.
Yeah.
Round them up.
Who's running the harp? That's what I want to know.
That thing barely makes lights.
Seriously, I don't know, man. There's people that you couldn't convince otherwise that thing controls the weather.
I wonder, Paul, if people are.
They wear tinfoil hats.
If more people are excited about Trump's second term than they were his first term around when people were actually protesting.
Yeah,
or if people have hangover effect where they're just like, we've been through this once. We're just going to grit our teeth and get through it again.
I think if you scroll through your social media, at least for me, and I'm almost limited out at like almost 5,000 friends or whatever it is, but that's because I'm a very I accept them all, right? And I don't really kick any of them off. And the reason I do that is for the show.
The number of foreign women that look like porn bot accounts that friend request me, and you're our only mutual
dude. Those are. Listen, folks, if you see a friend request from Mel Gibson private account, trust me, it's not Mel. Anyways, I think you see a lot of those now. But point was going to be that if you scroll through your social media. Mm-hmm. I think right now I'm seeing just a ton of people making comments like, you all did this and you're not seeing lower grocery store prices, and you voted against women just so you'd have lower grocery store prices, and I mean it like there's a lot of whining, but none of it's factual based, right? Because he's not in office yet, so they can't complain about anything,
right?
But it's not like it was 8 years ago.
No,
it's not.
Nowhere near.
It's whining more than anything. It's not screaming. It's not bitching. It's not yelling and screaming. I will always tell people the story about after Trump won the first time back in 2016, and I went to your party at your house, and I wore the Make America Great Again sweatshirt.
Yep.
And two guests at your party were in front of me in line at Safeway. And they were not quiet about how much they did not like the fact that I was wearing that sweatshirt. And then they went to your party too. Mm-hmm. And I pulled in right behind them. And it turned out they were I think one of them was the daughter of one of the guests at your party.
Yep.
And then when they realized that it was St. Paul, the Voice of Reason, who walked in, I remember the mom made them apologize or something like that. And she pointed it out. And it was rather embarrassing for them. But the point is that 8 years ago, if you voted for Donald Trump or you were a Trump supporter, you weren't really vocal about it. Mm-hmm. You just kind of kept to yourself about it. But I think right now, like that sweatshirt my wife got for me, the one that has the map of the United States on the back, and it says Trump Vance on the front. It says, "Can you hear us now?" Because it looks like a cell phone tower, like because it's all redded out, right? Mm-hmm. I think now people are not opposed to openly discussing or talking about or embracing their support for him. Do you kind of find that to be the same?
Yes.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think that's a big change between now and 8 years ago. And I, I'm seeing he's doing interviews on CNN and other networks and taking questions. They are not treating him the same way they did 8 years ago. There's an absolute change. There's a difference between the way that they are not aggressive. They're still going after him, but they're not going after him. What's that guy that works for CNN, has his own show on there, and he was a pool reporter in the White House. No, he's not with CNN anymore. Acosta, yes, Jim Acosta. I mean, I will never forget Jim Acosta sitting there while Donald Trump is at a summit with Kim Jong-un, and he yells out the question for him, "Mr. President, are you a racist?" Like, fucking really? Like, but it was that attitude that he got a lot from a lot of different reporters at different networks. I'm not seeing that attitude coming from reporters at all now. At least not this moment, right? Maybe they will next week after he starts it. And I think, in fact, I would bet money that for the next 2 to 3 weeks, his popularity takes a real hit for one very obvious reason.
What?
Because you're going to start seeing people on film getting picked up and put in the back of police cars that don't look like their neighbors.
Yeah, I don't think most Americans are going to find fault with that.
No, I don't think. But it's going to be.
His poll numbers
it
will
will be magnified, I believe.
But I think his poll numbers will go up.
Oh, listen,
I
would like for that to
see
be
the federal
case.
government finally doing something about illegal immigration.
Yeah, I hope that's
and
the
crime
case.
Is tied to it. I think it'll go up.
It could. Let's make a
I wanna remind you of
$5 bet
something.
on it.
I want to remind you of something.
Yeah.
And I've thought about this a lot lately.
Really?
The media pushes this
Thought about
idea.
me a lot lately.
Yeah.
All right. I like it.
The media pushes this idea that the American population wants the government to be kinder and nicer and gentler and more accepting. And not take things into their own hands and follow all the rules, right?
Okay.
But what are the most popular shows that we watch? TV shows and movies that show the cops doing what? NCIS is nothing but them breaking rules. And the NYPD show with Tom Selleck in it is nothing but them figuring out ways to break the
Blue
rules. They help their friends and family, and they bend the rules to catch the bad guys. I think the American experience is the exact opposite of what the media tells us it is. We want our law enforcement and our government to do what they need to do to protect us, even if it means we have to bend the rules a little bit. We're okay with that.
That's only in.
Hold on, and I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's how it should be, but I'm saying that the American consciousness seems to reflect that because that's what we support in our entertainment.
But that's only in the perfect feel-good situation written by Hollywood, because that's not how real life plays out, right? So I mean, if the police are involved in something, it's because something went wrong somewhere, and there's not there's not a feel-good ending to that. But that's what everyone wants.
Sure, but there was no outrage when what was his name? Daniel Sharver, was that his name? The guy in Arizona that got gunned down in the hotel room lobby. Even after the cops told him to come out and put his gun down and lay down on the floor, and he did it anyway, and the cops still shot him to death, and nobody gave two craps. Right?
Was that the one where the guy's like losing his pants as he's trying to follow the?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a catch-20. There was no win on.
No.
Like you should be like, I'm just laying still.
But there was no public outrage. There was some isolated people.
Was he a white dude?
Yeah.
That's why there was no outrage.
I saw it. I mean, the outrage wasn't like damage. I didn't come down to the mall and break all the windows in the building or anything. I was just like, this needs to stop.
Yeah. But there wasn't because I believe that there really is an undercurrent in this country that says we're just going to ignore it. We're going to ignore it and be okay with it. Because overall, they're doing an important job. They deserve our support.
Because it was a white dude. If it was a person of color, there would have been outrage. But it was just a white dude.
I mean, contrasted to once you see the body cam on some of these. I mean, let's face it. What's the the third rail on like a George Floyd thing? If you watch the body cam footage, you're like, boy, they were like trying to do everything to
But the only reason why
taken forever, they didn't just be like, all right, that's it, cuffs, go.
The only reason I really believe this, the only reason the George Floyd thing blew up the way that it did, is because the media stirred it.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? If the media had stirred the shooting of the guy in Arizona the exact same way...
Well, this is quite a change in opinion from you on the George Floyd issue.
No, the George Floyd thing was wrong, and it should have been a big deal. But the difference in the real world is that
Sorry,
just
we
because
probably shouldn't be on the George Floyd thing right now. We should probably talk about the next hour because we've still got some time left and we're talking international issues.
Okay, let me finish the sentence.
Yeah.
The George Floyd thing is what it is, but the media picks winners and losers in these these debates, and they make a story where they want to make a story because they know it will drive people to their sites and their channels so they can make their money.
Clickbait, baby.
Yeah. And so what was the George Floyd thing heinous, and should he have gone to I absolutely agree he should have. I believe he was 100% out of line, but
well, we'll have to have that.
The media only cared because he was an African American male, and it was a death by cop.
Well, you're going to have to, find some courage to have that debate then. But before you have that debate, you need to look at both sides of the issue. And I'm convinced, I do not know for certain, so I'm not accusing you of anything, but I am convinced you don't know the other side of that issue.
What's the other side?
The documented evidence that exists on the other side of that issue about what had occurred, about the fentanyl, the drug use, and the things that occurred during and before that arrest, because it was not allowed to be entered into evidence. And I'm now fully convinced that a man that's innocent of murder is sitting in jail, and as well as 3 other cops who either are or have done their own stint. But anyway, again, that's another story. We have a little bit of time left, and we still have a very big international issue to discuss.
Okay.
You've been under a log, or
which issue are you talking about?
I mean, is there any issue bigger than 3 female hostages being released by Hamas in the beginning of the peace process?
Maybe the Houthi pirates, but okay.
Yeah, which is also another very good.
Good job,
story.
Joe. Good job, Joe Biden. Nice job.
Really? Well, that gets into the question I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Because now you listen to Joe Biden, and he says, this is the same plan that I proposed back in May. Right. But it didn't work in May. It didn't work until Donald Trump opened his fat mouth and said, if the American hostages are not released by the time I come into office, all hell will break loose. So, does Donald Trump deserve some credit?
I mean, it's just like used cars. Sometimes you just need a different salesman.
Yep, I have to say yes. I don't think Donald is viewed as entirely stable in the rest of the world, and so because Donald is viewed as not entirely stable, don't cross that line.
Huh?
I don't think the rest of the world views Donald Trump as a stable guy.
The rest of the world. So part of the world.
Hamas.
Okay.
Let's just go with Hamas.
Okay. So
right?
you don't think Hamas views him as stable, therefore they were afraid of him and they believed his words?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
See, I can interpret him.
Okay.
It's like my 13-year-old. I can interpret him just fine.
Basically, they don't want to F around and find out.
They don't want to FAFO.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Joe Biden does not bring about that sentiment.
Well, he as
Donald
Joe Biden,
Trump is unhinged enough that he brings about that sentiment.
Yeah. Well, is it unhinged? Because I believe wholeheartedly that Donald Trump has displayed a peace through strength mentality.
I agree with that.
Okay.
And then when I say unhinged, I'm really giving you like a kind of a global take.
Okay.
I don't think the rest of the world sees him as a stable, rational leader.
Mm-hmm. Kevin, how much credit does Donald Trump deserve for the hostage negotiations ending up where they did?
I don't know if I know the answer to that question. I don't.
Well, you could say like 25%, 50%, 75%, or 100%.
Here's what I don't know.
100.
Well, here's what I do know. I know that the deal that was agreed to by Hamas in Israel is very similar to what Biden had proposed
in May. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's that. I don't know.
But let's hold on right there. You just said there's that, right?
Right.
So that was a peace proposal put on the table by Biden last May. Mm-hmm. That was not enacted. In fact, it didn't go anywhere last May, right? The only thing that's changed between now and then were the words that came out of Donald Trump's mouth.
Yeah. Maybe fear of Trump and fear of Trump's reactions pushed this along, but I wonder who it benefited more. I wonder if it benefited Israel in negotiations or if it benefited Hamas in negotiations.
Well, we do know that Donald Trump's Middle East envoy did travel to Israel, or I'm sorry, to Qatar, to help push through these negotiations.
Yeah.
We don't know the intimacy of those conversations, obviously. But like I said, the only thing that changed, that we know changed, was Donald Trump's very public condemnation and his statement about what would happen if those hostages weren't released.
I have thoughts on that.
I'm proud of you, Tom.
I honestly,
Hey guys, Tom's got thoughts on something.
Hey!
Okay. All right.
No,
go ahead, Tom.
Honestly, I think I think Trump interjecting himself the way he has kind of made Hamas step back a little bit and say, okay, maybe we need to back off on Israel a little bit. Right? Because, previously Hamas's stance has been Israel shouldn't exist.
Right.
So I think Trump's existence or his presence in power has made them step back a little bit. But I also think Trump has made Netanyahu step back a little bit and go, they're tired of carrying the tab.
Well, I will say this. Nostradamus was very clear that the third Antichrist would become the great peacemaker in the Middle East. Just saying. Let it sink in.
Yeah, no, I know what you just said. Yeah.
So it sounds to me like you and I, Tom, are kind of on the same sheet of music. We both understand that Trump's reaction,
presence, his presence in the situation has
made a difference.
It's made Netanyahu step back and go, yeah, okay, Trump is of the opinion that the United States has carried the tab for too long.
Yeah.
And I kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
We've carried the tab too long. And Hamas has just figured out, FAFO.
Right. Well, I could honestly see Trump sitting there, right? Mm-hmm. Monday comes along, he gets sworn in. Monday night, he's sitting down, he goes, time to start making some choices. We're spending $4.4 billion every 3 months sending ammunition and materials and aid to Israel. If I send in the 19th Special Forces Group and Delta Organization to clean those tunnels out, it's going to cost me $1.2 billion. The better business decision here is to send in my own troops. Like, I know I make light of it, and it's a little bit funny, but in a way, doesn't it make sense, Kevin?
Well,
I can't argue with that.
I hate that
at all.
I hate the deal, by the way.
Well, it's complicated and it is convoluted.
But you mean the deal that's being discussed now?
I mean, it just started today, so you can hate it, but tell everybody why you hate it.
See, I don't even know anything about it.
They're expecting to release a total of 33 hostages.
They who?
Hamas is going to release. 3 have already been released. 30 more coming.
Israel released 70 people today,
and they're expected
like that.
90, and they're expected to release hundreds.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So you're going to trade hundreds.
Yes.
For 33.
Yes.
Those hundreds will find their way back into the grind mill to go back to fight against Israel for Hamas. The 33 that they got were mostly civilians and women that were not part of Israelis fighting force in the first place. They were freaking concert goers.
They shouldn't have been hostages.
Well, I'm not debating that. I'm just saying that you are replenishing your enemy with more fighters, hundreds of more fighters that are going to hate Israel.
Brother, on the grand scheme, that's nothing.
Well, but it's still hundreds of people. You've remilitarized Palestinian people in Gaza.
Well, the Palestinians and Hamas we're throwing a parade today in Gaza, in the streets of Gaza. But let me say this to you:
well, can I finish answering?
Oh yes, I apologize.
Yeah. So, and the other part of this is there's nothing left of Gaza. Like Gaza's been leveled.
That's true.
And you have now
Gaza looks like Vegas in the 50s.
Yeah. You have now created another generation. I'm not saying Israel's wrong. But you've created another generation of Palestinians that are going to hate Israel.
There's
no matter
only
what.
one way to solve that issue.
Hold on. Let me finish. You've created another generation of Palestinians that are going to hate Israel no matter what, that are going to look at all the death and destruction and blame that on Israel. Mm-hmm. And now you have another generation of terrorists that are going to target Israel.
Sun Tzu, The Art of War.
Israel did not finish the job. Israel did not take out Hamas completely like they said they wanted to. Israel did not alleviate themselves of the risks. And this whole thing will happen again in 10 years.
And so this is a brutal conversation to have. We have 10 minutes to have it, okay?
Yes. Well, I tried to have it earlier, but you wanted to talk about...
Shut up. It's my show.
Tom's balls.
But listen,
right? Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
In all seriousness,
damn.
And I think we may have talked about this before, maybe a year or so ago when this first started. But what are your options here? You really only have two. One is you go the route of negotiations and you bring the fighting to and the bloodshed to an end, and then you pray that it doesn't happen again, or you kill them all. Because if you don't, based on your logic, you have created a breeding ground for more anti-Israeli sentiment, and you've just created more terrorists in 20 years or 15 years, or in the case of the Palestinians, if the kids are over the age of 5 years.
I disagree with you that there's only two options. I think there's other ones.
You think there's an option besides kill them all?
Well, I think there's things you could have considered. You could have done targeted strikes to take out the leadership. There's a number of things you could do.
Their leadership isn't in Gaza.
I don't care where they're at.
They're in Qatar.
I don't care where
they're protected there by the Qatari
but they
people.
should not be.
But they are.
You are criminals. This
they're
is like
there.
hunting the Nazis.
Yeah.
The problem with targeting.
Now he wants to invade another country.
No, I don't.
But the problem.
I want to let what's the Israeli Mossad? I want to let Mossad take care of him because you tell
Mossad's done that. They got themselves into a lot of trouble and got caught on camera.
Excuse my language. I give two shits.
I'm there with you.
I'm
but
Mossad, I'm wiring up car bombs. I'm
pager bombs and
walkie-talkie bombs. That is going to be a story in the next version of the Bible in 1,000 years, man.
Remember the movie Ransom?
Yeah.
Where Mel Gibson refused to give the ransom, and instead, anybody who brought the people who took his son would get the ransom. Do that.
Well, let me answer your question though.
Like if you offered $1 million per hostage, but the people that had that, you have to bring the hostage to us, and we will hand you the cash directly.
But the hostage has to be alive.
The hostage taker.
Yeah.
And the hostage.
Yeah. So, and that's what part of the problem is, right?
Right.
They still don't know what hostages are alive and which ones are dead,
right?
Because Hamas is such a demented organization that they are using the bodies of dead people they've most of the time executed out of pure psychological torture.
Well, it's also more complex than that because Hamas is not just Hamas. Hamas is Hamas, and Hamas is the PIJ, and Hamas is every other arm of the Palestinian movement, right? So, and all these little organizations have their own infrastructure.
Yes.
And so Hamas ends up with, okay, we've got 500 hostages. Hey, you take 10. Well, those 10 disappear. They never see them again.
And the
right?
For me, the scariest part about that is there's no telling how many of those hostages disappeared in those tunnels.
Right. No, but that's the thing. There's so much disconnect because there's a huge network there.
Yep.
And we don't fully understand. That is our biggest problem. We don't fully understand what's going on over there.
But that still leaves us with the same solution. You either kill them all.
Yep, it doesn't change it. You have to have diplomacy or absolute murder.
Mm-hmm.
So let me.
Is there a third option? Okay, go ahead.
Let me answer Paul's question though, because the question was, if those are the two options you have, what do you do?
Well, I mean, it's okay if you think that there's a third one, but I'm
saying that there are other options, but I think it all comes back to one road for me. If I'm Israel, you have sacrificed hundreds more lives to get 33 back. And so I know that if you're a family member of those 33, you want your loved ones to come home. You really do. Like, I understand it.
But the greater good.
But you have sacrificed hundreds more in the next decade because Hamas is not done. There's no political reform out of this. There's no major substantial change. And you've created another generation that's going to hate Israel and hate the West. And so you'll have more suicide bombers. You'll have more incursions. You'll have more car bombs. All of it. And
the cycle perpetuates.
So
you have to break that cycle.
Yes,
kill them all.
One way or another,
right? Kill them all.
I don't. Two things that you need to do. One, you maybe not kill them all, but you have to decimate their fighting forces to an extent.
Do you know where decimate comes from?
And then
the problem with decimate their fighting forces is that's only for a generation because this has been going on for 1,000 years.
Yeah, 100%. By the way, decimate came from the Roman word because they would, if you had a Roman legion that was accused of cowardice, you would decimate the legion.
Yeah.
Which where you would have them pick stones, and 1 out of every 10 would be killed by his fellow soldier.
So listen, but how did we win? How did we win after World War II? First, we decimated the Germans, the economy.
How did we win it after World War II, or how do we win World War II?
After World War II, because winning World War II, the victory itself.
We dropped a big bomb.
Well, I'm talking about Germany. I'm not talking about Germany specifically.
It doesn't matter. We dropped 2 big bombs, and the globe went, "Oh shit!"
Well, Germany had already surrendered by that point.
They had, but we dropped 100,000 little bombs that burned down Nuremberg. No, not Nuremberg.
Dresden.
Thank you.
Let me real quick. How did we win after World War II? So we got the Germans to surrender, but we could have done what Israel just did, which is you decimate them and then you tell them to F off. You're not going to fix it. We went in and rebuilt. We went in and supplied homes, rebuilt the economy, got them on an even level playing field, and that's what made Germany come into fold with us after World War II. And that's what Israel's not doing.
But there was a really good reason. They haven't got to that point yet, though, with Israel.
But they're never going
There's
to.
a really good reason that we rebuilt Nazi Germany, right? Mm-hmm. And that was the fact that we were actually much more concerned with the Bolsheviks and communism.
Sure.
So, remember, General Patton said that if he had the choice, if he had the Nazis on the left and the communists on the right, he'd turn his army and fight in 2 directions.
Yeah.
So I understand the point that you're making, but I don't understand it, right? Like you either make the hard decision to end the cycle, or no matter what happens, you're encouraging it to continue.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying we didn't kill every single crowd.
No. Correct.
We decimated their fighting forces, and then
But they weren't sycophants with regards to their belief system.
I don't know, man. Those Nazis, man, they were pretty close.
They were, but there wasn't 1,000 years of tradition built into.
Yeah, that was a political ideology, not a religion. And I'm not saying that Hamas is a religion, but that mentality is effectively a religion. It's a faith-based almost, and I'm not even using the word Islam. That's not what it's about. Hamas believes Israel doesn't have the right to exist. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's pretty heavy.
Yeah. I firmly believe that they have to rebuild that. And the only way that you're going to make it so they all don't hate you is if you give them.
Is that the answer? That might be the best answer.
Yeah.
Is going in there and rebuilding, even if it's U.S. tax dollars, which it always will be.
Well, and Israel tax dollars and all of that. But you've got to go in and give them a life worth not hating the West for.
But how are you going to get contractors to go in there and do that work, man? Ain't nobody going to want to go in there and do that work.
Yes, they will.
Because, well, if the money's enough.
Price tag's got to be big enough.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's like right after Iraq.
That'll make for some good movies on Netflix, though.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many contractors that went over to Iraq after
and his small
Desert Storm.
unit of men who are actually just construction workers going into the bombed-out Gaza area and rebuilding schools and wells.
We got to go to top of the hour. We're going to come back. We'll get into some more social stuff. We'll also get our football picks out of the way really quick because there's only 2 games to talk about.
Fuck football.
And
hey,
the fucking Chiefs, man. Chiefs are fucking quarterback taking a dive.
Hold on, one more hour.
Somebody
go.
Farted on him.
Hey.
From the Black Ring Studios, it's Outlaw Radio Network.
.com.
Thank you.
Sure. Why not?
Goodbye.
Hey, it's K-Dog with the Outlaw Radio Network. We are everywhere. You can follow us on all your favorite social media channels, including Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Vimeo, and more. And if you want to follow me personally, hop on your Twitter and just search for K-Dog the Outlaw. And don't forget our really cool website, outlawradionetwork.com, full of all the cool merch you've been looking for. Outlaw Radio Network. Are you an outlaw yet? Admin a la carte are specialized local experts committed to helping you run your small business. From general admin and sales support to marketing, digital media and technology to real estate and compliance, Admin a la carte's only goal is to take your business to the next level. Find out how Admin a la carte can elevate your business. Visit admin-alacarte.com for more information. That's admin-alacarte.com. Admin a la carte. Your business doesn't fit into a box. Why should you have to?
Are you ready to elevate your spirits? Look no further than Black Rain Spirits, your local craft distillery nestled in Town Square Mall. Indulge in the smooth richness of our handcrafted spirits, meticulously distilled to perfection. Whether you prefer the bold kick of our bourbon or the subtle sophistication of our gin, Black Rain Spirits has something for every palate. Visit us today at Town Square Mall and experience the essence of true craftsmanship. Black Ring Spirits, where passion meets perfection, unconventionally traditional. On a recent episode of the Outlaw Radio Network,
Some of our listeners even appreciated you dumbing it down for them. So, on behalf of
sometimes
Paul,
I have to
thank you.
mansplain for people like. By the way, mansplaining is when men explain things to a woman in a condescending tone. I just mansplaining.
Outlaw Radio Network, Sundays from 8 to 11, Wednesdays from 7 to 9, only on Megatalk.
We are back. I'm not supposed to say that anymore. Sorry. Hour number 4 underway. If you've missed the first 3 hours, you can check it out on all the social streaming platforms and whatnot. So be sure to check those out. Share it with your friends. Yeah. Be a friend, tell a friend. If you didn't like the show,
do us a favor.
Call the radio station and complain.
listen, folks. Do us a favor.
Or KBRO.
Please click like and subscribe wherever you found this. Just click like and subscribe. The reason I say that is because poor Kevin over here is mired in the worst depression you could possibly imagine. He's like, I have to get more followers. I have to get more subscribers.
Sounds like me.
Please click like and subscribe, or he's likely to, I don't know, run down the mall naked or something.
Whoa.
I said likely to.
I would need to be here for that.
Well, there's a first time for everything, Tom. Anyway, all right. So where were we? Oh, yes, we were talking about.
Can I respond to a comment from last hour?
You can.
No, actually, I don't want to do that. We're doing these in separate hours. Sorry, Lilet.
We are, but you can set the stage for it.
Okay, so we were talking about my assumption that my assertion that if I'm Israel, I'm not taking the deal. I'm wiping the entire place out.
Right.
And Lilet was like, "Well, you're talking about wiping out an entire indigenous population." Again, if I'm Israel, if I'm Israel, that's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, because Israel's fighting.
Okay,
for
so now we've established
survival.
But now we've established that for you, that is ultimately the solution, because you don't want to create another generation of terrorists, and you've got a group of people, indigenous or not. Indigenous is irrelevant. Mm-hmm. You have an entire group of people that believe another group of people don't have the right to exist. How can you honestly negotiate with that? I don't believe that you can. As long as that mindset or that frame of mind exists, person A believes person B does not have the right to exist.
Yeah.
Right? And let's not forget that one overwhelming fact has remained since October 7th, 2 years ago. The only way, or the only thing that had to happen for it to end was for Hamas to say, we won't fight anymore. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing that had to happen. And it would have been over.
But they said that as part of this agreement that they're not going to fight anymore. Have they?
I don't know. Or I don't know how much of it we are. Oh my God! Elon Musk posted a picture. Is that Beavis or Butthead?
That's Butthead,
and he looks exactly like Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, that's great.
I'll say that is Butthead. Yes,
that's Butthead. Oh.
That is genius.
Tom, it's time.
That's no. I will hit you. I will hit you. We are not on radio anymore. I can do it and get away with it. Nobody will see a thing. All right. Don't. That is the most goddamn annoying. Oh, I fucking hate you guys, man. Oh, Jesus, help me.
Are you threatening me?
My
people are from Lake Titicaca.
Listen. Listen. These two fucking Gen Xers are over 50, man. They are over 50 years old. There's something incredibly deranged and wrong about both of them. All right.
I am Cornholio.
God damn it.
Some TP for my buckle.
We just, all right.
You have Olio?
Shut their mics off. Let the adults in the room talk.
You have Olio. I watched this clip from Beavis and Butthead today that was great. It was Beavis and Butthead. They were in one of those college classes where they're talking about what white privilege is, and so they explained to Beavis and Butthead what white privilege is.
Oh God, I saw that today.
And Butthead was like, "Whoa, I didn't know." And then the next clip is they're in the cafeteria
and they're just being assholes.
They're being assholes, taking money from people. They're like.
It's my privilege.
We can take what we want and not worry about the police.
You two, man, that clip's been out since Moby Dick was.
I'm just saying, I saw it today again, and it just reminded me how great it was.
Oh God!
You know as well as I do, the Beavis and Butthead are the future leaders of this nation.
First of all, Butthead is leaving office tomorrow. Look, okay.
I'm Cornholio.
Go ahead.
So,
are you telling me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Polkin.
10. Okay. Sorry, had to just calm down for a minute. Okay.
Go ahead, buddy.
So, you've made the point that the only way to stop the insanity that is Palestine is to eliminate the entire population.
If I'm Israel, yes.
Yeah. And you feel that you have to do that because they don't believe that Israel has the right to exist. And as we've said, and I don't think anybody would even disagree with that. Lilat or anybody else. Why would they even disagree with that, right? They've made it very clear Israel doesn't have the right to exist. And again, all Hamas had to do was stop fighting. Said, yep, we're going to lay down our guns. We're done, right? Now, probably they would have at that point in time turned it into some sort of law enforcement thing, right? And why wouldn't you?
There's hostages.
Yeah, there's hostages. Now, having said that, I always find the left's take on stuff like this very interesting, right? Because I'm like trying to understand why they think the way that they do. Like, if the excuse is, well, the Palestinians were driven to do this by the behavior of Israel,
which I would give some credence to.
There very well might be. I don't live there. I don't follow the day-to-day politics there.
Definitely credence to it.
But then you say you have the international world, right? Listen, is anybody going to sit here and tell me that 90% of the countries in the world do not hate the Jewish state of Israel?
90%.
90% seems awful.
Okay. Don't get lost in the number. Is there not a huge percentage of the world that dislikes Israel?
Yes.
Okay.
Especially their neighbors.
Right. So you've got the Zionist nation of Israel. Most of the United Nations detests them and will not do anything in their favor. If what Hamas was doing was so abhorrent, was such a good thing, then why didn't all of those countries that already hate Israel come to, put the pressure on Israel to stop fighting back?
Agreed.
So I don't think you can escape that.
Yeah.
Did you see Lilat's comment in chat, by the way?
No.
No state has a right to exist, Lilat said.
Well, I don't know what ganja she's smoking to say that.
To which I would say, if that is true, then Gaza has no right to exist, right? I mean, doesn't it apply both ways?
Well, that's yeah. Okay.
Gaza's not a state; it's a section within a different.
But
they have some self-governance. They're a state.
To be completely honest with you, though,
owner of that territory,
right?
Yeah.
But to be completely honest with you, though, if you take that tack.
Lie to me, Tom. It turns me on.
That no state has the right to exist. He with the biggest stick
wins.
Gets to win.
Yeah. And listen, nations are described by their borders. No borders, no nation, no state. I don't know why anybody would take that stance. You know what? Let me take that back. I do know why some people would take that stance. Broke dick poor people who don't pay their own bills, who look for constant handouts. Those people are the people that think that no nation or no state has the right to exist, right? Because they have no skin in that game. They believe that the whole world should be this utopian paradise where there's no cities, there's no borders, there's no states, there's no laws, there's no taxes. Of course, they don't stop to give any thought. They don't give any thought to the rest of the equation, right? Like children. How do the children go to school? How do you build your roads? How do you build your hospitals, right? How can you have universal health care if you don't have a nation or a state?
Yeah.
Who do you collect the taxes from? Who pays for it? Right? We don't live in Star Trek where everything's free. So... it's
well. Notice Star Trek rarely shows Earth because there was no way to make that make sense.
Right. Well,
Denmark, Norway, Sweden.
Do not use Denmark, Norway, and Sweden as of examples of how to give away universal health care and make it work.
They're horrible examples.
Yes, they are. Yeah. They are horrible examples.
There's a large portion of their year where no one can do anything because the weather.
And
if it's negative 10 degrees outside, you're not building anything. You're not growing anything.
Oh, what's that?
You're not doing anything.
And they're a very homogenous group. They don't have the diversity.
Yeah, that's very true.
100%.
Yeah, get a bunch of people who all agree, piece of cake.
Right, but diversity be damned. If the entirety of a population can't sustain themselves through a significant portion of the year, they have to come together in a way to like make it work.
And can we be honest? You remember how they got big, right? Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, right?
Yeah.
They were Vikings.
Yeah.
They went to their neighbors and killed them and took what they wanted. I'm just saying.
Right, but
Do you
they
know
were
that?
also
Do you know
at
that? Do you know that rape rates in those nations are much lower than the rest of the?
I don't think we can use that word.
The instances
You'll
of rape,
get us banned.
Instances of rape are much lower in those countries than the rest of the world. Have you ever tried to get wet leather leggings off a woman who's kicking? Sorry. That's Dennis Leary's joke, I think. Anyway,
I'm glad we're cutting this into sections.
That's a bad joke.
Yeah.
That's bad, Kevin. Bad.
Well,
Bad.
and in talking to my son who's over there right now, actually, he's leaving in a few hours.
Where's he at?
He's in Europe and he's flying back to Texas in about 3 hours.
When does he get out?
July.
He's not re-enlisting, is he? He's going to.
No, he's not re-enlisting. Nope. Anyway,
work out. I need to help him get into shape. He's got to catch up with me.
The one thing that was really interesting, he said the news in the United States, because he hears a lot of people talk about what they believe to be this utopian socialist paradise in Northern Europe, and he's like, nothing could be further from the truth. He goes, the undocumented immigrants from the Middle East and North Africa have overwhelmed those countries.
Yep.
And he goes, there's parts of those towns you can't even go into where Sharia law rules the day, and so the cops just leave them alone. They just don't even go there. So if you're a white person in Finland and you go into the wrong part of Finland,
good luck.
Or I'm sorry, Denmark. I'm sorry, it was Denmark. Yeah, there's
Finland,
places where if you
Denmark,
go,
Norway, whatever.
He goes, the cops won't even come help you. It's so bad over there.
Well, and there have been some parts, and again, one of the things about the European Union is open borders. You can travel freely between all of them, but some of the nations have talked about closing those borders.
So they have Poland.
Yeah.
Poland's like, nope, you can't come in.
Yep.
And they're like, you can call us racist. We don't care. You're not coming in this country. And Poland has not opened their doors, nor will they, to any of the immigrants or whatever you want to call them. And as a result, Poland's crime is much, much, much lower. So,
Paul, those would be neighbors.
What do you mean those would be neighbors?
They'd be neighbors. You said whatever you want to call them. I'm just saying they'd be neighbors.
They'd be neighbors. Okay,
they may not be good neighbors,
Gotcha.
but they're still neighbors.
And like a good neighbor.
So Rick said most of the European countries who offer those levels of support started that in the post-World War II era when their economies were devastated.
Yep.
And then Jane said, Jane, are you on medication? There's a rumor Trump's going to buy Greenland and put all the Jews there. He's going to make nice little camps for them.
Oh, shit. I was just going to comment on that in the chat, but I can do it.
Was that really something people have talked about?
I have not heard
I
that.
thought Jane was having like sleep typing. I know there's not the sleepwalking, but I thought she was sleep typing.
There's more than a rumor Trump's going to buy Greenland. I mean, he's been
he's
been pretty open about it. But the whole second part of that,
yeah, I think that's like one. I mean, like topic 1 and topic 7.
I'm hoping she puts a thing by the haha LOL or something after that.
No,
quickly.
No LOL. I have not heard anything about Jewish concentration camps.
No, they're not. They're not concentration camps.
That's what that would amount to.
No, she said camps.
Would.
She said he was going to build little camps for them there.
Nice little camp. I'm sorry, that's what that would amount
to. And you
to.
immediately jumped to the worst thing imaginable, didn't you, Tom?
Phil?
Now, if they're going to have little Jewish communities, they'd be kibbutz. Right? No?
It's instead of kaputz.
So does that mean Greenland becomes the 51st state and then Panama becomes the 52nd state?
No, because if you want my honest opinion, Puerto Rico is state 51.
It should be, but the people of Puerto Rico have not voted for it.
Yeah.
And by the way,
they like their situation.
It'll never happen under Republican
You
president.
you would think they would vote for it because they're the first persons or the first group of people screaming at the top of their lungs after a freaking hurricane comes through. I mean, their power grid last month took a dump and still hasn't recovered.
So you're not wrong, but I mean, if we were to line people up to become the next states to the United States, Puerto Rico's in first.
I don't disagree with you, but there's a they all have a
Canada has a ways to.
They
go.
all have a right to self-determination, right? I think we would all agree with that. So therefore, the people of Puerto Rico have a right. If they want to do it, let them vote on it. Right? And Guam is another one. Yep.
But neither of those states will ever happen under a Republican-led House or president because they're probably more likely to vote Democrat.
Why? Because they're brown, Kevin.
Just because of the dynamic, the voting dynamics of those areas.
Well, what is it about those voting dynamics?
I'm not making it about race. I'm making it about location and political structure and need for assistance. So most of Puerto Rico is extremely poor.
You're saying they want more stuff for free.
I'm saying most of Puerto Rico is extremely poor, and what party panders to the poor?
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
But I'm not making it about race. I thought you said you hated when people made things about race, and then they go making things about race.
Absolutely, on purpose against you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when I get the chance. Here's the and I will say this. Like, we were talking about Greenland, right? They would have the same right to self-determination. Trump's offer was about trying to work something out, negotiate something, and buy them. But if you sit and you think about it, what's really the problem with putting together a deal for Greenland? And what's really the problem with putting together a deal? Like, they could be a protectorate of the United States and still be their own country.
What is Greenland's sovereignty? Because honestly, I do not know.
They don't have any.
They're
Controlled
owned
by Denmark.
They're owned by Denmark.
Right. And I knew Denmark was.
They govern themselves independently of Denmark, but Denmark sets their rules and their laws and everything, which is why they're upset with Denmark, because they're not allowed to even to exploit their own land and their own resources.
Well, that's silly.
It is. Yeah. There's oil there. There's all kinds of rare earth elements. There's there's a lot of gold there. There's rubies and other precious metals and precious stones.
Paul, are you telling me I should sell my distillery and move to Denmark?
No, I'm talking about Greenland.
Greenland. Sorry, Greenland.
Yeah. And then
I didn't mean Denmark.
And then the comments that are being made with regards to the Panama Canal.
Mm-hmm.
There's
that's so dumb.
There's a lot of truth to the fact that the Chinese are controlling everything that goes on there. We lost somewhere in the neighborhood. It was at 28 to 32,000 Americans that died building that, and Jimmy Carter gave it back to the people of Panama for $1. We built it.
Mm-hmm.
So why are we? And then American shipping gets charged more to go through.
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of issues there. Now, you may not be aware of them all. I'm not. So, when Donald Trump says, we need to work something out, we need to figure something out here, he's not saying that because he got a burr up his ass. He's saying it because he's looking at it saying there's an issue here.
Who maintains it?
Panama.
The canal itself? They do,
yeah.
or do
Jimmy
they
Carter gave it
contract
back.
out?
Jimmy Carter gave it back to the Panamanians, so they maintain it, operate it, run it, make all the profit from everything. The United States is completely out of the Panama Canal.
Was that a good move by Jimmy Carter? Hell no. In my opinion, hell no.
I agree with that.
I don't know. I mean, listen, it's a sovereign country. It's a sovereign nation. The problem with Panama is it's got a history of a lot of corruption.
Wouldn't be the first time we invaded.
A lot of drugs flow through that part of the world. But
he said flow through that part of the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there's this little canal they just floated across.
Little pun there.
I was trying to be punny like Phil, but
here's my problem with it, right?
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter was the president of the United States.
Yep.
They gave it back. You can't be an Indian giver. You can't come back now.
Dude, how dare you say that?
You can't come. I can say that because I'm Native American. Shut your mouth. You can't come back decades later and say, "Oh, we've changed our mind. We want it back." It's Panama. Are you advocating going to war with Panama to get the canal back?
Now,
that would start World War III.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Hold on, Tom. I'm sorry. You don't think the Chinese and the Russians would get involved in that neck of the woods?
Not a chance.
If we started trying to take over,
we've already invaded Panama once.
There's a comment in chat that we need to vet.
Okay. Is it another one from
No.
From
No.
Jane?
No, it's from Rick Eckert. He says he thinks, and I think he's right, the U.S. is still on the hook for the canal's defense.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
But it doesn't mean we have any say in it. It doesn't mean we regulate it or anything. It just means
No, but we're still on the hook to defend it.
But we
and
should
then
be.
we're probably giving oversight. Hey, you need to maintain this.
Right, but
or take care of that.
if we're defending it, then we're directly involved in
Right.
the politics of it.
So we should get some money out of it.
He's
Or at least better rates.
Let me pull this up here because I've got it in front of me. The Panama Canal Department was a department of the United States Army responsible for the defense of the Panama Canal Zone between 1917 and 1947.
And of course, it says here the Panamanian government was handed over the protecting in 1999. It's on Bing, right?
Bing.
Of course, now the question is, we got Panama, but why did we ever get out of Nicaragua? I mean, we could really have gotten ourselves involved there in, Latin America.
Yeah, see, now you're going to get up Tom's ass with that because Tom does not want the U.S. intervening anywhere. This is where Tom and I are vastly different. Like, I'm a firm supporter of the Monroe Doctrine. I think the Monroe Doctrine should still be our guiding doctrine as a nation today, and we should control the entire Western Hemisphere, and there should be no issue with the Russians and the Chinese setting up shop anywhere in North or South America. Tom wants to get out of all those places so they can just become festering shitholes. So the Chinese and the Russians and
They're
everybody else
already festering shitholes.
Yeah, well, it'd be worse if we weren't down there. Go ahead.
Remember, we were in Nicaragua.
I would argue we make them worse.
We were in Nicaragua long enough for it to, be able to drink. That many years.
Well, you do know that the original Panama Canal was supposed to be built in Nicaragua.
Why would that happen?
Because there's two massive lakes in the middle of Nicaragua that would have made it easier to build.
To connect it.
Yeah, where they built it in Panama is very mountainous and there's a lot of elevation to deal with there and
which means you dig a
so it was a
deeper hole.
shorter canal, but it was a lot more digging.
Yep.
If they had done Nicaragua, then it would have been easier to use those interior lakes as
connections.
Yeah, like Lake Nicaragua.
Yes.
But listen, here's some other things that are important to keep in mind, right? And this is stuff they don't teach you in school. At the time, Panama was
Tab
part
A
of...
goes into slot B.
Well, I learned that a lot. 12,000 kids later.
Pull and pray, baby. Pull and pray.
So at the time, Panama was part of Venezuela. Or Colombia. Colombia, Venezuela. I got to look at a map of something.
I don't know the right answer to that. I just know that Venezuela is a great place to go on vacation right now.
Hold on, I'm gonna double check.
Hell no.
It's
Colombia.
Yeah, borders Colombia.
Yeah, so they were a part of Colombia, and there were separatists in Panama that wanted to be separate and control their own destiny and be their own people, but Colombia wasn't letting them go. And so what did the U.S. do? They did what we always do. We fostered revolution so Panama could gain its independence. And then once they got their independence, we negotiated the canal with them. So there's a lot more to this than just us building a canal and having however many American workers or what. And by the way, most of the people that died building the Panama Canal were not Americans. They were
Panamanians.
No, they were from the East Indies. They were Caribbean workers that were brought into work that died. There weren't very many white folk down there. It was a lot of people that they brought in from around the West Indies and stuff. And those are the ones that died. So there's way more to this. I get where Trump's coming from with wanting to take it. It really is a control of our own destiny if we control the Panama Canal because so much of our trade goes through there. It really is the easiest way for the U.S. to trade with itself from the West Coast to the East Coast, so I get it. But you can't give it back to the the Panamanians, and then come back 45 years later and say, oh, well, sorry, we like it back. That's not how it works.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
Well,
it's been 45 years.
I don't think you're wrong.
Maybe it doesn't work that way with you and your neighbor when you loaned him a backhoe, But international diplomacy
I want that
is a whole nother that's a whole nother issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
profit sharing.
I mean, or whatever. I'm just saying. I mean, we got the Russians telling us they want Alaska back for fuck's sakes. I mean, they're trying to take back Ukraine. So I don't. look, what you're saying makes sense on a one-on-one, mano-y-mano sense, but not in a global, international politics sense.
So
this libertarian moment brought to you by Black Ring Spirits. Go ahead.
Sure.
It's brought to you by We Be Golden Shit.
Yeah. but I mean, to your credit though, Russia.
Wait,
saying,
whose credit?
Yours.
Oh, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
You saying Russia wants Alaska back, et cetera, et cetera. That's a ridiculous idea. Is that going to happen?
No, we'll kill them.
No, fuck no, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's like us going to Panama saying, hey, give us the canal back. No, it's not happening.
Okay, but there's one major difference. If we go down there, send the 82nd Airborne down there and say we're taking it back.
No, militarily,
Panama will be like, okay, here you go. There's the keys.
Yeah, that's an invasion.
We've already done it.
It's not right.
Oh, okay. So that has mattered when in history?
It's got to matter at some point.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, it
But
has to
is that
matter
going to
at some
start
point.
now?
I don't know. When's it going to start?
No.
I don't have an answer.
I don't know if you guys pay attention to the shipping in our world. I mean, they're now building ships that are, I think, exceeding like 3,200 TUs, which is like a 20-foot.
TUs?
Tits up?
Tits up? That's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah, 20-foot
Jesus.
transport unit or whatever. What?
He said tits up. You said 20 foot. I was just fuck.
Anyway, to the point where these ships are becoming too large to go through the Panama Canal. They're getting to where they're large enough. They're not even bothering to go through the Suez Canal anymore. They're just, I mean, it's just more.
They just go around the horn.
There's economical sense to just make bigger ships.
Yep.
To make the long haul. Cause, I mean, what the Houthi are doing, the Panama has a water shortage issue, so they're not traveling as much. So things are changing. So Panama may not be worth the investment there.
Maybe,
Alrighty then.
Maybe I don't know. I think it matters.
It's a great point.
I know. I think he's right, but I still think it matters. I mean, I think there's still enough trade that goes through there that is instrumental to U.S. West Coast, East Coast shipping.
It's interesting. I'm going to ask the
materials,
question
all of
to
that.
see what percentage.
Plus, there's a cruise ship that I want to go on that goes through there.
Do you think there's still a chance of finding the Northwest Passage?
The way that the ice caps are melting, there might be.
Yeah, there might be.
That's what they're talking about with Greenland right now. Yeah.
Once the pole shift happens, we might just be able to load up a Winnebago and drive across. You know, it might not be a bad idea. I don't know. Okay, really quick. I'm going to look back at the chat. Margie says the Panama Canal ships stuff to us, and waters are international law controlled. Not in Panama, because international waters is what, 10 miles, 20 miles off the coast? What is
11.
11 miles off the coast?
Yes.
And the Panama is certainly within 11 miles of Panama Canal is within 11 miles of Panama.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
So the United States was the largest user of the Panama Canal. We accounted for 23% of the total tonnage transiting.
We probably still are, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it does make, if you have the right size boat, it makes the most sense to get goods from the West Coast to the East Coast to the West Coast.
I'm sure, because there's some things you just don't want to put on a railway car.
Right.
So I get it. I don't disagree with it.
I've always wondered how it's more cost effective to put it on a ship.
Something like
than on a railroad.
You know, a container full of cars versus a train full of cars.
Yeah, but how many of those things fall off the container ship?
I don't know.
I've seen video of
I don't know.
container ships like losing their containers.
Sure, through storms and
That
stuff.
does happen,
Yeah.
But
There's like Porsche sitting at the bottom of the Atlantic. I mean,
when you realize a train car, if I'm not mistaken, can carry 2 TUs, so like 40 feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they can carry a little longer, but generally two 20-footers or a 40-footer, right? And maybe they can do them side by side. I don't know if they go that wide because of the gauge of the rail. So 3,200 on a boat. So have you seen a train 3,200?
No.
Under
You're right.
1,600 cars long in this country?
I'm not saying it isn't feasible, but I'm just saying my brain can't wrap around that. That's all I'm saying.
The pun makes itself. I mean, our railroad system, that ship sailed.
Paul's had enough. He's leaving.
Yep, goodbye.
Paul's out.
Goodbye.
Tom, do you need to go to the bathroom with him?
No, I already did.
Just checking.
It's your turn, Kevin.
Paul, you want to come with you?
Now,
need any help holding it?
Fun fact.
All right.
You know what one of the more inland seaports is here in the Northwest?
Inland seaport. Hold on. In the Northwest?
Yeah.
Portland?
Idaho.
What?
Up the Columbia.
It is a seaport. You go up the Columbia into Idaho.
The Columbia doesn't go into Idaho. It goes right up
Eventually you
central
go to
Washington,
Snake-
doesn't
you
it?
go to Snake River.
yeah.
Oh, and then you Snake River out.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's how they get, grain and,
Oh, yeah. Well, that makes sense.
that kind of stuff. So,
Barges are a thing.
Yeah, barges there. Yeah, don't barge in here like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You listen. You're totally right. Right. I mean, again, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying my brain cannot wrap around the idea that it is more cost effective to load up a ship and sail that thing down around Florida through the Caribbean, pay the big ass tolls, fees, or whatever it is to go through the Panama Canal, and then sail back up to San Francisco or Seattle to a major port.
Does your brain wrap around that it's more economical to have stuff made in China, ship it around the world,
No.
and mark it up a whole bunch and profit, and Americans are still happy to buy it?
That's the exact.
Or ship it by plane.
That makes
Get your
sense to
little
me.
Widget off Temu.
That makes sense to me only because I understand the logistics of market, right?
Right, but-
and in
but
China, they're having 8-year-olds assemble your Nikes.
And that's the thing. There are 8-year-olds here that need jobs.
That's right, Tom.
No, I was just going to agree with Phil and say, I mean, it's pennies on the dollar. So, I mean, if you have a pair of shoes that cost you $11 to make, you ship them to the United States by air and you sell them for $110.
No, I get it. It is part of the issue with our economy, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're pouring billions of dollars, trillions of dollars into the Chinese economy, but not into our own.
Right. Well, the problem is our profit margins are unrealistic because we can't maintain those profit margins in like an American or a home-based idea of manufacturing.
Well, and we have to pay livable wages, and we don't employ children. And
Right, which means
insurance.
your shoes no longer cost $11 to make; they cost $42. And is Nike still happy with selling them for $110 at a $42 cost instead of an $11 cost?
That's a good question, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you suddenly said, we're not taking any more goods that are made in China because of the issues with child labor and unfair labor practices and mistreatment of workers and all that, and it must be made in this country to sell it, I don't imagine that Nike would sell them for $110, even if it only cost $42 to make them. They'd sell them for $300.
But who's going to buy them?
We would, because we wouldn't have another choice. There wouldn't be competition.
Yeah, there is.
Not for Nikes.
Yeah, you don't have to have Nike.
No, but
you can have a cheap shoe.
Yes, and you can still buy a cheap shoe now. That's my point.
Right.
People want the brand name. People want the Nike. They want the expensive, cool shoe because there's status in that.
I think
Macklemore did a really good song called Wings, talking about Nike and their.
Right, but I think that's a small section of the population, right? And if things were to
really?
I do, because if things were to actually go that way, people would say, yeah, I don't need Nike.
There's a market of people paying $350, $400 for a pair of Nikes, dude.
Yeah, but if you're $350, $400 for a pair of Nikes, they're collectors, right? Those are Nikes that are no longer available. Blah blah blah. The newest pair of Nikes that is available, any Bon Marché or whatever they go to,
sure,
they're $110 or whatever. If that $110 pair of shoes goes to $300, that means the collectibles go to $1,000.
Yes,
and no one's going to tolerate that.
But I don't believe that for a second. The American consumer has shown that when status comes with something, but they will eat the cost if that's what they need for that status.
But that chunk of the population will shrink dramatically when it goes from $300 to $1,000.
Yeah,
that $700 difference.
But there's a reason
to tolerate that.
There's a reason why Porsche is still Porsche. There's a very small amount of the population that can afford to buy a Porsche, but you know what? Porsche is still making fistfuls of money because their status.
Right.
So you'll still get rich by selling to a smaller base if you charge more. They don't mass produce Porsches. They could make a cheaper Porsche.
They do. They call them Volkswagens.
That's right. Yeah.
I was going to say, Porsche does mass produce,
And the mid-price one is the Audi.
The Audi, yeah. But I'm just saying. I mean, the status accounts for something, especially in the U.S. In the U.S. market, right? People want to pay extra for stuff that isn't any better. You can buy crap off of Temu, and it's the exact same thing that you get if you're paying brand name for it.
Agreed, but when a pair of shoes becomes the same thing as a mortgage payment, people are going to.
No,
you know, can I tell you why you're wrong?
Sure.
iPhone. People are paying their mortgage payment for a phone, and you could get a much cheaper phone.
Yep.
At T-Mobile, get one of the off.
You can get $100 phone.
Yeah,
That's what I did for my kids. Yeah.
But the thing about your phone, though,
$1,600.
But the thing about your phone, though, is when you go and upgrade your phone, really, it's a function of like an extra $25 a month spread out over 2 years.
I hear you, but you're saying people don't want to spend a mortgage on something, and I'm just illustrating that the American consumer is a moron.
Yeah, agreed. But they're not looking at a phone upgrade as a mortgage payment. They're looking at it as an extra $25 a month. It's not a mortgage payment. It's $25 a month.
So what we need to do then is get Nike shoes on a monthly payment plan.
Sure. Yeah, that will work.
Like putting them on your credit card?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lord.
That's what people do. By the way, I have a pair of $200 Nikes, the old Griffey Nikes that I found that I bought.
Yeah,
that are rainbow shoes. I rarely wear them. They're my special occasion Nikes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, single. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, of course I'm single.
Yeah. There's no way a wife would be like, "Oh, did you get a nice new pair of shoes? Oh, only $200 for those tennis shoes? Yeah. How are we feeding the kids this week, babe?"
Can I tell you a secret?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't need a wife to tell me what I can or can't spend my money on, because I make all my own money and I pay all my own bills and I buy all my own food and I buy what I want to buy.
No, you're missing the point.
To quote the words of the great rapper John Cena, I do what I want to do, buy what I want to try, live how I want to live, and try what I want to try. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. And John Cena, the great rapper, philosopher.
And as far as shoes go, my F-bomb is not a problem. But my ex-wife, holy shit, did I have a shoe bill.
Who said I was virtue signaling? No, did you say? No, we're talking about Macklemore. Oh, okay. All right. I thought somebody said I was virtue signaling.
Kevin would never virtue signal. He's a little sensitive. Yeah,
well, I don't even know what virtue signaling is. Can someone tell me what that means?
Well, it's when you become a whiny bitch and you start No, I'm just kidding, Kevin.
Oh, all
You're
right.
never a whiny bitch.
I hate you.
Damn.
I know.
Nice to you all the fucking time. I swear I'm nice to you all
Do you want the next time you go out, do you want to borrow a testicle or something so you can have some testosterone?
Whoa.
I'm just giving him shit, man.
How many wins did the Seahawks have this year?
What's that?
How many wins did the Seahawks have this year?
10. They were the only 10-win team that didn't end up in the playoffs.
Okay, just checking.
And they still fired their freaking offensive coordinator, man.
We probably should have.
Yeah. Look, I get it, and in the NFL, it's produce or go home. So, I would have liked to have seen him had another year, but there must have been more to it. I mean, he had 10 wins in his first year as an offensive coordinator. And I would say at least 2 of those games were lost because of Geno Smith's bad decisions making in the red zone. So conceivably, they could have been a 12-win team. But so there must have been bigger issues within the locker room and trust within the coaching staff and stuff. So they made the choice they had to. It was right for them. So it's all good. How many folks do you figure? What percentage of this country do you think needs antacid tomorrow?
Less than 20.
20%?
Less than 20%.
Really? I think it's 30.
I think most of the country.
I think about a third of the country. I'm kind of there with Tom.
I think most of the country is prepared for this. They're ready for it. They know what to expect because we've been here before. I think if Lilet, for example, was being completely intellectually honest,
okay,
they would say, "I'm not going to like this. I think he's.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I think he's a giant orange turd.
I don't
but-
disagree with that. You're right. I think that they have come to grips and comes to terms.
Well, hold on. Let me finish the sentence. I'm not going to like it. I think he's a giant orange turd, but I survived the first 4 years, and it wasn't that bad. And so I think that even the people that hate him as a person are going to be like, well, this isn't,
and that's
isn't going to be
you
that
just
bad.
hit the nail on the head. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
As bad as they would like to pretend that they think that it was, because all of these people lost supposed rights, of which they can't really name one.
Well, so when you get to
I can name one.
The political divide like that, I mean, you can talk about, orange mad bad, but you can also talk about, Harris stomping on the rights of thousands of incarcerated black men.
For sure, for sure.
We don't have trustworthy politicians.
Hold on. I just need to clarify something, though, Tom. What one could you think of, Kevin?
He did take away the ability for men and women in the armed forces to be LGBTQ or to be trans.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
You can still be trans. What he's doing away with is the idea that you could join the military and then say, okay, I'm trans. I want to have the military pay for my sex change operation.
Right.
So he's not stopping people from being
I'm
trans.
not saying it was the wrong thing to do or good or bad. I'm just saying that he did make changes.
Well, it's a money decision because you're not deployable. If you join the army for on a 4-year contract.
I'm not defending that he should. I'm just saying
I know,
that
but
was
you
one.
said that was a right they lost. I'm just saying I disagree with you.
Okay, that's fine. You can disagree
because they didn't lose that right.
I give you
still be
permission to
trans
wrong.
or
I give you permission to be wrong. You're good.
Well, whatever.
You're good.
Call a
Nancy. What am I wrong on? Nancy?
You know what you call a trans person that likes to run marathons?
What's that?
Kevin,
transactional.
Wah, wah, wah.
And you know what you call a trans person on a what do they call it when a Christian goes overseas and like to some
a mission?
Yeah, you know what it's transmission. Anyway, so
oh, for God's
all right,
sake.
way to shift the topic. You slip the clutch here.
Oh, I slipped the clutch. Time to go in reverse. All right. Nancy said, in addition to what Paul is saying, people join, get the sex change operation, and then find a way to get out of the military. You and I have paid for the operation.
100%.
Again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I was just illustrating something that changed.
But you said it was a right they lost, and I'm just trying to demonstrate they didn't lose any rights, because you can still be a trans person if that's what you feel you need to do. What you lost was the ability to have the American taxpayer foot the bill.
I don't know. Are they still allowed to, if you were born biologically male, are you still allowed to wear female uniforms in the military, or did that get altered as well?
That I couldn't tell you. I'm not.
You should ask Hunter.
No idea. I'll ask him because
I would be curious.
He has a trans person in his unit.
What did Tracy Flood do? Have you heard about this? Robert asked about that in chat. We should talk about Tracy Flood, Bremerton Municipal Court judge.
Yes, she got suspended.
Censored last Friday.
Censored, yeah.
For what?
I don't know. I didn't get a chance to read the story.
Oh, yeah. Have you guys not followed the...
Is she the judge that they were having all kinds of problems with some of her rulings and stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Judge Flood's kind of been a bit of a shit show.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the story to talk intelligently about it. What do you know about it?
I got the kids story.
Everything I've read about was long enough that I can't recall any of the details to be able to speak of.
So let me read
a year to come to this.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
she-
this has
took a
been an
long
ongoing
time.
thing. I unfortunately don't have.
Let me read this from the Sun really quick.
All right, go.
Bremerton Municipal, and this is from the Kitsap Sun, actually reported on local news. Shocking. Bremerton Municipal Court Judge Tracy Flood was suspended from the bench effective immediately after the Washington State Commission of Judicial Conduct rendered a decision on Friday night, which also recommended the Washington State Supreme Court remove her as the city judge altogether. At the end of the proceedings in the disciplinary case centered on Flood's treatment of court staff, among other issues, which formally began in 2023. The commission ruled that Flood violated 4 codes of judicial conduct. Flood and her attorney both declined to comment. I'm trying to... Okay, Flood, the first black woman elected judge in Kitsap County 21, has been the subject of the disciplinary case since 23. After court staff members, some of whom have already left the court, filed numerous complaints alleging that she treated them in a disgraceful, demeaning, and condescending manner. Allegations of such behavioral misconduct partially motivated a wave of public defenders to quit practicing in the city and contributed to a complete turnover of the municipal court staff in the previous administration, which included the resignation of at least 3 court administrators. So it doesn't sound like it's about her rulings. It sounds like it's about her treatment of court staff.
In addition to her rulings, like I said, I had kind of followed this bouncing ball a little bit in like 22, 23, I think it was. It's old enough now that I can't recall any of the details.
Yeah, let me read this too. The court determined that Flood's administration of her court staff resulted in, quote, failures of the court's responsibility that were, quote, significant and injurious to the competent operation of the court, which is a judge's fundamental responsibility. The panel went on to detail examples of the court's operational failures under Flood that included the mismanagement of court funds, the weeks-long delay of docket entries, the fact that law enforcement wasn't timely or accurately informed of court actions, and the stripping of duties from longtime personnel without alternative arrangements. Lori?
I was just going to read that.
Okay.
Competency orders were not timely fulfilled, which left one man languishing in custody for almost a month with no action, and bench warrants were not processed and sent to police, which resulted in the wrongful arrest of a man whose warrant had been quashed. The panel reported on the decision.
Mm-hmm.
So
another man was released from custody after his warrant was not processed into the system, and he died within days of release.
Oof.
Yeah, there have been a pretty good handful of problems, all based around Judge Flood.
Well, let's just own this for what it is.
What's the problem with Judge Flood though? Like just incompetent?
Yes.
Incompetent.
Yes.
Mismanaging staff, mistreating staff, letting stuff fall in the gaps.
Yeah, really mismanagement is the
Court
big
cases
thing. Yeah.
and staff. And
Then you have to ask yourself who decided to, you know, she was the right person for the job.
She was voted.
Then the people would have been at fault.
Oh,
Yes.
she admitted to violating 3 rules. To violating state that a judge shall comply with the law and the code of conduct, and a judge shall act at all times in a manner that promotes public confidence in the independence, integrity, and impartiality of the judiciary, and shall avoid impropriety and the appearance of impropriety.
Yeah.
The 3rd rule holds that a judge shall be patient, dignified, and courteous, and require similar conduct in return.
Gotcha.
But that sounds awful opinion-based, though. How do you determine if they are courteous? You know what I mean? Like, how do you back that up with data, I guess, is my question. But
well, if you have a long line of resignations and they all go back to the source of, well, I'm resigning because that person, that kind of speaks a little bit.
Yeah.
Be objective about her behavior, about what are her actions, were they courteous or not. Now I know that you could think of courteous as subjective, but there is objective ways of looking at that.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Let's wrap this. Anything else locally we want to talk about? We'll do football picks really quick. We'll do our party and shots. We'll wrap this thing up on time, which will be new for us, to be honest with you.
That's weird.
Yeah. 4 hours flew by tonight, though, didn't it?
Zoom.
Doesn't it feel like it flew by? Except for Phil. Phil's rolling his eyes over there at me like, my God, Kevin, shut up. And Dennis is like, I've been enduring Kevin's magical 4-hour radio broadcast for the last 25 years. Nothing about this thing flew by.
Dennis is here. I'm just here so I don't get fined.
That's right. All right. Anything else that we want to talk about socially, locally, anything like that before we move on to football picks? Heroin, cocaine, and strippers.
I did post that in our Outlaw chat earlier just for Dennis. And when asked, do we need anything? He did pipe up with that, and no one brought heroin, cocaine, or strippers.
Let's go.
Hey Robert, why don't you reach out to me? Maybe we'll get you on by StreamYard on next Sunday's show in the first hour at 6:00, just to kind of drill down on this Tracy Flood stuff a little bit. Since it is local, we'll talk about it a little bit if you want to share knowledge and information, because you're obviously way more tuned into that than I am. Because I don't live in Bremerton anymore, because I was smart enough to get the F out. Anyway, Listen,
it could be argued you're still in Bremerton, bud.
Bremerton is awful, man. No, I'm in Port Orchard.
Yeah, well,
and actually, I'm in unincorporated.
Unincorporated, yeah, like right next to Bremerton.
Well, I'm close to Bremerton, but I'm not.
Let me ask you a question. When you pay your sewer bill, oh no, you have.
I pay my water bill to the city of Bremerton, though.
Yeah, well, there we go.
Yeah, but I don't have to deal with city of Bremerton.
You're still the property of the city of Bremerton.
City of Bremerton can't tell me if I can burn trash or not. They don't have any say over what I do. Only the county does, and the county's much easier to deal with than the city. Greg Wheeler, get on it. All right. So football picks. First, let me give you the overall. Well, let me give you the results from this week. So nobody did great this. I mean, everybody did okay this.
No, the Commanders. What the hell?
I
the
love
Commanders
that.
in
That's
Detroit,
great,
man.
Love that,
man. Nobody got that game right. Me and Lori were the only ones that got 3 games correct. Because we all picked Kansas City. All of us but Tom picked Philadelphia. And then me and Lori were the only ones that picked Buffalo. And Dennis was the only one that picked Double Down that won. Because all of us picked Detroit except for Lori, who picked Baltimore, and none of those teams paid off. So I did make one adjustment to scoring because we have determined who the number 1 pick's going to be. And so because of that, Lori has now catapulted herself into the lead because she got an extra 25 points for picking that correctly at the beginning of the year. So Lori has 310 points. Yes! I have 286. Paul has 260. Tom has 257. Dennis has 256. Troja has 220. So leave it to the midget to be bringing up the rear, just like his Cowboys.
1 point, buddy.
Yeah. So let's do the conference championship game, shall we? Buffalo at Kansas City, Washington at Philly. Both games will be played on Sunday. First, let's start with Buffalo at Kansas City. Kansas City is favored, but literally by 1.5 over Buffalo, and it's in Kansas City. Now, if you know how it works when they're lining up games, home field advantage is a 3-point swing. So they're basically saying we think Buffalo would win if it wasn't in Kansas City. Paul, I want you to pick first. Who do you got?
Kansas City.
You got Kansas City?
Yeah.
All right.
They make magic happen at home, man.
But they're squeaking by
Yep.
so many times.
Yeah.
Buffalo will win that game.
Mahomes finds a way every time.
Buffalo will win the game. Tom?
Oh, I'm going with KC.
All right.
Mahomes will find a way.
Dennis?
That's it right there. Finds a way.
I'm going to go with KC.
Okay. Lori?
Quick question. Wasn't the Bills Kansas City's kryptonite this year?
They beat them earlier this year, yeah.
Yeah.
Kansas City lost 2 games, and that was one of them. You know who didn't beat them this year? The Chargers.
Or
Lori?
the Hawks.
Who do you got? Love you, Dennis.
Or the Hawks.
Did we play Kansas City this year? I don't think we did.
No, we didn't.
No.
Well, see, we didn't beat them.
So we didn't lose to them either, you
I'm
schmuck.
going to go to Mahomes.
You got who? Kansas City?
Mahomes, yeah.
All right.
Oh, she said my homies. I thought she said my homies.
All right. Washington at Philadelphia. I'm going to pick first. Philadelphia is favored, by the way, by 5.5.
Yeah, the Commanders came to play.
I really believe that Washington is a team of destiny. I'm going to go with the Redskins. Tom?
After beating Detroit, because I had, me personally, I was like, Detroit's going to the game.
That's what I thought too.
So, yeah, I'm going to take the Skins.
Dennis?
Detroit was like a drunk hooker. They gave away that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was nickel blowjob night. And they were on the script.
he said nickel blowjob night. Like,
on the strip, he said.
Where did you find him
Dennis?
that cheap, Dennis?
That's $5 for $1.
Have you?
That's a whole week.
Wait,
Dennis,
Tom,
I lived in
wait.
Belfair.
Dennis says nickel blowjob night, and Tom says that's $5 for $1. Tom,
Wait
Do
a
you
second.
know math?
No.
That's 20 for a buck.
Yeah,
Tom.
no, that's 20 for a buck. You're
Dumbass.
That's a lot of chapped lips right there.
My
That's
God.
that's some knee pads.
Do you be like that chick on OnlyFans who slept with 1,023 dudes in 24 hours last month?
Why did I give myself,
What?
such a
2 words about
No,
that
it was
problem.
1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 words about that girl. Hot dog hallway. All right. Dennis, who do you got?
She was crying when it was over.
Of course she was.
Not the
Yeah.
Skins, just because I'm disgusted that the Chargers let Austin Eckler go, and now he gets to be a third stringer for a team that's doing something.
Another reason to vote for Washington, by the way, is Bobby Wagner, former Seahawk, is playing for the Skins now.
I do have a question, though.
Yes.
If the Skins do win,
Yes.
make it to the Super Bowl,
Yeah.
did they keep the Commander's name?
Oh, they shouldn't. They probably will.
They will.
But they shouldn't.
Lori, who do you got?
And can they beat KC?
I don't know, man. Jaden Daniels is.
I'm telling you, man. He is.
I got the Redskins.
All right.
I love the Eagles, but I got the Redskins.
Paul?
I'm going to root for Washington in this game, but I'm going to take the Eagles because I need the points.
All right, fair enough. Tom, you've got your double down. Who do you believe more in, Kansas City or Washington or somebody else?
Give me Philly.
What do you got?
Philly.
Okay. Tennis? Your double down?
No, we can't hear your ear.
KC.
Okay.
KC, all right. Lori?
Philadelphia.
God dang it. All right. And Paul? Who's your double down?
Oh, fuck me running. I need the points. I'll go with Philly.
My double down is Philly too, because I'm not that sold on Washington. All right, see that?
I'm rooting
Football
for
picks were
Washington,
quick.
though. I'm going to watch that game. Jaden Daniels is special to me, man.
All right, football picks were quick. Parting shots. Lori, let's start with you. Any parting shots?
Woohoo! Thank you, Tom, for giving us the spot to land.
Oh.
My parting shot?
We just got to make it smooth.
Yeah.
We
we'll
can get
some
there.
working out to do.
Yeah.
Get there.
Yeah.
I got a green screen we can put up behind us.
Oh, yeah, but then you can't see all the awards I've won.
No, you're right. We got to find a way.
I'm just,
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Let me.
Not
also,
disagreeing at all. That's a great
in our
point.
parting shots, if you're off tomorrow, just tell people what you're doing tomorrow. Or are you off tomorrow? Or are you working? It is MLK Day. If you're not off tomorrow, you're a racist. But go ahead.
I have the day off. However,
what are you
it's
gonna do?
W2 season, so
It is.
Yeah,
folks like
W2s
her
are
have a
done,
lot of work to
but
do.
I'm gonna
now
owe
it's
my
the
taxes.
reconciliations.
I'm going to owe my taxes this year.
You're gonna owe?
Oh fuck!
I'm
I owe a lot.
I'm going to owe like $1,500. I think I'm guesstimating for my research, but I'm going to owe.
Oh.
Life sucks. Dennis, parting shots.
Party shots are, gee, your first show out of the station, and you guys all developed a potty mouth.
By the way, Dennis, I know you're off tomorrow. What are you going to do with the day off?
Smoke pot.
Damn, dude.
Perfect.
Damn.
Drink liquor and
You're-
help someone figure out a MIDI keyboard.
Okay.
You're an asshole, dude.
I know I am.
Taking
He knew that
pleasure.
when he arrived here.
Taking pleasure from
I'm not
Dennis's
taking
pain
pleasure. I'm
and loss.
joking with my friend Dennis.
You cracked a joke which you knew would hurt him.
Did it hurt you that I said that, Dennis?
It'll hurt more if we don't get out of here soon.
All right. All right, give the mic to Phil. Phil, do you have any parting shots? Are you off tomorrow? And if so, what are you doing?
Well, tomorrow I have things to do. It's not the regular work day, but it's got a dental appointment, which will be great because I'm going to pop popcorn for the inauguration, and then they can clean it out later.
That's perfect,
at
man.
the cleaning. Then I'm looking forward to a Friday. Got an implant coming in for the missing tooth, so that's all working out. And it was a miracle. We must rejoice. Kitsap County apparently decided we now have building permits.
For what?
Oh, building an addition at our so we'll have a house. We're building an addition on my mom's place, so yeah.
Outstanding. All right, man. Congratulations.
Let's rejoice.
Very good.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's a big deal. How many months did it take you to get it?
14 months, yeah. Yeah.
Wasn't that a Fergie initiative or executive order? You know?
Well, it would have been a county thing on the.
No. To make building permits and regulations have to be streamlined across the Washington state.
Yeah, I'm going to trust Fergie to do any of that.
Black-eyed peas? Nope. No.
I
know.
If she was still part of the Black Eyed
Right.
Peas, I would trust Fergie before I'd trust Bob.
Hey, I'd like to give him. Well, okay.
I would not trust Bob Ferguson to babysit corpses in a mortuary. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul.
Okay.
Actually, hold on. Are you doing parting shots?
Yes.
Oh, let's let Tom. You and I always go last. Tom, parting shots.
And
And are you off tomorrow? And if so, what are you doing?
So Black Ring Spirits is always closed on Monday and Tuesday. So I'm off tomorrow, kind of. I mean, I've got some side work.
Trust him, he's
stuff.
not off, but he'll be getting off.
Yeah, if I'm lucky.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
Otherwise, tomorrow I've got a bunch of side hustle stuff. Yeah, and we didn't need to hurt Lori like that.
TMI.
We hurt Lori. She's got the Kevin thing going on. These single people in the studio here tonight. You know, you just got to listen to them cry and complain about going home alone, buying extra batteries and all that
I
stuff.
didn't say anything. I don't cry about that. I have plenty of.
She's probably perfectly happy.
It's just a joke.
Perfectly happy to go home without some troglodyte like you or me.
Troglodyte. That's great, Tom. That's great. All right, Paul. Do you want to do it? You want me to go next, and then you go, or what do you want to do?
You go next.
All right. So, parting shots. I don't really have any. Thanks again to Tom, Dennis, and Phil for all the hard work and commitment and dedication to help the show continue to move on after moving out of the station. Thanks.
Is that what we called that? Moving out?
Yeah, I'm being nice.
It was more like a get the fuck out.
That's right. In fact, I got an email that said, "Don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out."
Don't let the door hit you where the
By the way, we're
boards
joking
hit ya.
about that stuff. It was,
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, everything was fine. We still love the guys.
Yeah, we do for sure. Anyway, so everything is good on that front. Tomorrow I'm off, and we're having a big Risk party game at noon tomorrow. Me and a bunch of friends.
Risk?
We're going to play Risk.
Like the game Risk.
The game Risk.
Oh, that's
yeah.
fun.
The
Nice.
game Risk.
Thermonuclear or just regular?
Regular Risk.
Oh.
I think. I don't know. Somebody else is bringing the game version, so I don't know if they'll bring one of the alternates.
That's the movie War Games.
I just.
No, there's thermo.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different versions.
Is there
of Risk.
really?
Yes.
I just
it's
got a
blast.
late.
Oh my god!
I just
would
got
love
a-
to play
We need to
that.
play. We need to play.
I
will
just
play
got a late Christmas present from my buddy Joey, and it's an alternate version of Risk,
Uh-huh.
where you're fighting against the underworld, and so you're fighting against Hades. And it's I haven't even looked them
What
up yet.
version of Hades? Like the Greek version,
I don't know.
or there's a
The satanic version. I
the
don't know.
mythology could be cool on that.
Yeah. All right. All right. Paul, you got final parting shots, and take us out of here.
You got some farting shots?
Farting shots.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness gracious. Well, no real parting shots per se, but you'll see some changes. We're getting settled in with the new studio. I guess studio is the right name for it, right? Back Ring Studio.
Yeah.
And if you don't, fuck you guys, man! I swear to God.
Bang, boing.
You have no idea
Come
how
on, Paul.
fucking annoying, how much I hate Beavis and motherfucking Butthead.
How can you hate Beavis and Butthead?
It's
as a Gen
literally
X?
the dumbest fucking thing I've ever watched in my life.
But as a Gen X, dude, you have not explored enough.
The
I
fuck
can
you
find
talking
you
about?
some way dumber shit.
Yes, I'm sure there is. But I don't fucking wallow in Beavis and Butthead apparently like you two do. Oh my god!
It's
Oh my God.
it's a temporary
Have you been
reprieve.
saying
It's very healthy.
Don't make my bunghole angry.
The fact you just said bunghole on
Need
this
some tippy for my bunghole.
Oh my god, you guys are terrible.
Anyway, so what were you saying, Paul?
I don't even fucking remember.
You will
Parting
cooperate with my
Anyway,
bunghole.
I swear to God, we'll get better, and I have something that I will bring with me that will end the Beavis and Butthead comments.
I doubt it.
In perpetuity.
Oh,
It will end it. It will end it. So good night from the Outlaw Radio.
but
folks.
why would you hate on Beavis and Butthead?
Good night from all of us at
Fucking
Outlaw
stupid.
Radio
Boing.
Network.com.
Boing. Fire! Fire!